Maybe we can actually finish the zone today. What really irritates me is if I hadn't laid down that one day from exhaustion, we'd have been done with the Jade Forest by now.
I get the right tool for the job.
This has been going on way more and more lately. I was out doing some exploring when I came across this beauty. He gestures to the ballista. The problem is she's one of a set, the other one's still in paces. I've gotten it together enough now for those pesky Grimlayers hadn't ambushed me and taken my gears and bolts. Hey, you seem pretty good at handling the natives. Could you get and help old Sally out, will you? Sure.
You got something to report?
I can do that. Alright, recruit, face me in combat. And I will destroy you. More or less literally.
Greetings. Is anyone in need of medical aid?
Start bandaging some of these people here. I mean, Nazgrim is just a better character than Taylor, I'm sorry. And it's not really Taylor's fault, it's just, honestly, that typical Horde bias. Is he a better leader? Yes. I was wondering why, I will say Legion and move on. You know, I was thinking about that. But I don't want to make that comment till Blade Taval's here, so you can tell me how stupid I am.
Reporting for duty.
Now, what do you got for me? Yeah, by the way, we're actually forcing the Hosen to fight for our entertainment and amusement as the Jinyu. I just want you to be aware of that. Yeah, I'm just tired. I just woke up like about 10 minutes ago. Something like that. Yeah, no, Nazgrim is one of those My Country right or wrong characters. You know the type. And I'll admit, I tend to hate that archetype. It's been around for a while. Like, I think the first time I encountered that was General Leo over in Final Fantasy VI. TV Tropes calls it the Noble Demon. Not a huge fan of it. Is this the run the most time you've had to actually argue your case to the viewers the most? No. No, my viewers have barely... I make fun of Blade Javal, but honestly, for the most part, people have actually been pretty civil. Now, I've had runs where I've had to actually have legitimate arguments with my viewers about things. In some cases, barely civil arguments. Yeah, and then there's Halo. We don't talk about Halo. But no, I actually wasn't referring to Halo. Halo is just people constantly backseating and, you know, telling me I'm an idiot. That's a little different. Even Halo's only the second worst one I've ever had. The worst is still an old run that I don't think is even on the archives anymore. Which is FF15. No, not for the lore run. The first run of FF15. That was a straight up toxic run. Ugh. Yeah. That was a deeply unpleasant run.
You got something that needs fixing?
They found any missing gears and bolts.
What do you need?
These aren't as good as she deserves, but they'll have to work. He pats the dismantled ballista. I'll get her up and running in no time. You just watch.
I got the right tool for the job.
What was the point of contention in which? But if you mean Halo, in FF15, oh, everything. Absolutely everything. It was really... When I say it was toxic, I'm not joking. Let me use a made-up example. I really love the distribution and usage of doodads here. It makes this place feel like a village, but without making it feel like, you know, a human village. Like, you've got lots of little nets and, like, these little koi pond things they've got going on where they keep their fish cloistered, and the water just kind of seeps into the village. It's a great thing. And then someone in chat would be like, no! You're stupid. All of this is dumb. None of this conveys anything. These are some terrible graphics. I don't know what's wrong with you. And they would say it in that kind of a very aggressive, you're an idiot kind of a way. Later on, I would point out something and be like, you know, these doodads don't really work for me. These, yes, Hira. These doodads don't really work for me. They don't, like, I'm sure we've got these supplies and stuff, and that's neat and all, but all this does is convey the wrong material, and this doesn't really work for visual story. This feels like a negative to me. And someone would say, no, it isn't. You're just an idiot. Why are you missing the obvious thing that's right there? What is wrong with you? And that was the FF15 run. The whole FF15 run. Anytime I'd say something good about something, someone would jump in and argue with it. Anytime I said something bad about something, someone else would jump in and argue with that. I had hate boys and fanboys during the FF15 run. It was thoroughly unpleasant. And you know me, I don't lean towards all like or all dislike, so I got it from both crowds. When was this? When did FF15 come out? Did I abandon the run? No.
This land tests us, friend.
Impressive work. We should be able to move out shortly. With our allies at our side, there's no way we can be defeated.
The soldier's duty is never done.
Oh, hey, Cho.
Greetings.
I must say, Silverfur, despite their skirmishes with the Hojin, I've never seen the Junyo so militant. This troubles me. We must discuss it another time, however. I have come to ask for your assistance. The fresco where we last spoke is nearly unveiled. I am certain it holds ancient wisdom, knowledge the Emperor would have us remember. My meditations alone may not be enough. Please, take this heirloom to the shrine of my ancestors. I shall require their assistance.
Tread lightly.
This is back when I was trying very, very hard to avoid the banhammer. I fell into the trap. There's Blade Taval. We were just talking about you. See, there's this trap where people who should be banned or walked away from or generally not communicated with, they use this technique. They lay this trap where they say something like, oh, well, you know, such and such just doesn't like this because he's, you know, because he's a fanboy, right? And he doesn't want to hear anything bad about his precious game. He'll prove me right if he bans me. That kind of a thing, where they try to portray it as if banning them is proving their point correct. And I hear an adorable niece. Sounds like the youngest. And so you get into this mentality. It's very easy to get into this mentality of being like, well, I can't ban them because that's just going to prove them right. I don't fall for that trap anymore. One moment. Here, enjoy the view of the statue. I was the only adult up. So, had to make sure they had food and entertainment and change the diaper. The hell was I talking about? It doesn't even matter. Moving on.
A message must lie within. What fate did the Emperor foresee? That is a prime Shaw. That is doubt. They've been hinting at this the entire expansion and zone, if you've been paying attention. He shudders in spite of himself. The legends. True. Jade Serpent guide you.
I thought Shah of this immensity were a myth. We all did. A story to keep our children from fighting. No time to talk. Those fissures, they're feeding it. I must research the scrolls. You, take this cannon. Ride Mishi. There must be a way to contain this horror that's been unleashed.
Eyes open. Always be learning.
I mean, that was even in the opening cinematic, too, Kira White Noise. And yeah, I was going to say, the Horde Alliance need to stop fighting thing goes all the way back to the opening trailer for Warcraft 3. For some people who wonder why I've been banging on that drum for literally 20 years. When you make something the dominant theme of a game, so much so that it's literally a part of your opening trailer, I tend to think that you actually give a damn about that concept. I know. Weird. So this is Void Power, that is correct. But Shaw are kind of unique. We haven't explained exactly what the Shaw are yet. The main thing you need to know is that they are a form of emotion-given void. They arguably aren't sentient, but they do have a degree of intelligence. So they can think, they can plan, they can talk. But they're very, very limited in how much, for lack of a better way to put it, free will they have. Yeah, they're not true Voidborn, because they come from a very specific curse from an old god.
Hello.
I have much research to do in very little time. The Emperor's message only warned of the unique threat that war would bring our land, this Shaw. Sadly, the time to heed his message has passed. As for how to bring an end to the crisis, the Emperor's omen is silent.
Every good story needs a...
Pandaria is a mystical land. It bears repeating that some of its secrets remain hidden, even to lore walkers. Sealing those fissures did not mend what has been broken. If the legends are true, it will take much more to release this land from the grasp of the Shaw. The aggression of that battle awakened a host of living negative emotions. What you see here is likely the first of many manifestations.
Farewell. Eyes open.
The more powerful remnants of that horrible manifestation may be too much for you to handle on your own. I fear I can be of little help in terms of actual combat, but I can suggest a solution. The great jade statue was soon to become a living serpent, one of our revered celestials. Its construction imbued it with special powers that may be sufficiently weakening these adversaries.
Farewell. Jade serpent.
Your companions have made themselves at home in our land and brought with them a dangerous conflict. The full extent of their destruction here we cannot yet already know, but it is already unspeakable. Nevertheless, to forsake your friends out of spite would not be our way. Any that yet live are doubtlessly wounded and in desperate need of care. Use these fireworks. They were to celebrate the statue's completion. Use them by your companions to signal Mishi, and she will bear them to safety.
Every good story needs a hero.
I mean, that makes sense as Miristar. The thing I was going to say regarding you specifically, Blade Taval, we were talking earlier about how Nazgrim is just a better character than Captain Taylor. And part of the reason why is because there's a very definitive horde bias in the writers of this game. But the other reason why is Bregman made an offhand comment that there's no need to characterize the good guys. So I was going to make a comment that I've seen that a lot, where a huge portion of writers don't feel the need to even bother with actually adding characterization to someone past, I'm a good guy. And then I was going to use Cecil as a counter-argument there. I mean, obviously I could use James Rayner as another counter-argument for that, just to keep it under the Blizzard umbrella, but you get the idea. But yeah, the wallpaper paste hero. The inoffensive hero, as I like to call it. Oh, and as I mentioned, it's not 100% certain, but this stuff on the ground, it's possible we're the only ones, or one of the few people who can actually see this stuff. Again, that's not 100% codified, and they've never 100% stated that in the lore. But there are some hints here and there that some people just, like NPCs, for example, do not see this. And there's a couple of individual quests here and there where they just act like nothing is there or nothing is wrong. And, I mean, it looks like that, right? Now, I can't say that with 100% certainty. However, it actually makes perfect sense to me. Because the Shaw crap on the ground, well, I mean, the ground isn't literally black, you know what I mean? There isn't literally white phosphorus crap pouring up into a sky that looks like that. This is all mental. We know they see the Shaw and the Shawlings. There's plenty of evidence of that. Yeah, like, do they look up and see that when they look up? Food for thought. So, something that will become more clear as we go through this, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you it now, so you can understand it as we go throughout the Pandaren expansion. This incident right here didn't just free the Shaw of Doubt. It freed all of them. There are 7 Prime Shaw, or 7 heads. And we'll be encountering all of them as we go. Let's see, that would be Doubt, Despair, anger, violence, hatred, and fear. More or less in escalating order of power and influence. And yeah, anger's just hanging out in Tannerus right now. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Him. So, given that the overwhelming majority of Shah are, I don't know what it's called in actual mythos, that thing where they're just a reflection of you. You know how that is, right? The creature in the lake. It wouldn't surprise me if nothing they say actually comes from them at all. Yeah, it's Shadow Link from the Zeldas, exactly. I've never heard of that movie. Is it any good, Mega Skull Munsbachmann? It also... It's an interesting idea. Because there's this undercurrent, which I know not a lot of people actually pick up on to Pandaria, which I'll go ahead and talk about now. And that's the fact that the Pandarans seemingly conquered the Shah by virtue of simply, burying all of their negative emotions and denying them. But if you've been paying attention, and there are very subtle hints of this throughout the campaign, which we've already seen some bits and pieces of, they still have those negative emotions, and they still aren't really dealing with them. It's like I mentioned yesterday, there's still a rotten core underneath Pandaria. They've managed to smooth over that core and created the closest thing to paradise we've seen in this setting. But yeah, exactly. It's a band-aid. It's a temporary solution. It's not going to permanently deal with these things. We end up showing up, and while we do cause problems like, say, this, like it or not, this is also portrayed to be a good thing, and I'm kind of with that in concept. Because we force them to deal with it. We force them to face it and confront it head on. Yeah, we rip off the Band-Aid, exactly. And that's going to cause a lot of damage and a lot of problems. But, hypothetically, could permanently fix the problem. Because, yeah, in real life, that's how that works. You don't bury negative emotions, you process them. It's a part of healthy psychology and sanity, is to accept and embrace that kind of pain and tragedy. Process it, take time to mentally chew on it, so you can move through it. Locking it off in a corner doesn't usually work.
Pandaria welcomes you.
And yeah, that's another thing. Remember that canonically, the absolute latest that this character could have existed was Kata. So, in other words, we have been through some things.
Tread lightly.
This is terrible. We must find a way to undo what has been done here.
Farewell.
This jade was meant for so much more.
Eyes open.
My thoughts will be with your fallen companions. May their wounds mend well.
Jade Serpent guide you.
Oh, and if it's not extremely obvious, we also rescue the Horde characters here. So, not the last time we see either side.
Tell me a story.
Your journey in this land has already proven most eventful, and mine, it appears, is destined to continue for a time. A chain of events began when your people arrived here, and while some of those happenings are traumatic to behold, I fear there must be a larger purpose behind your presence. For now, it is wisest you leave this place and explore the other regions. Speak to me when you're ready to leave.
Where are you
Speaking
going?
of which, we're doing the dungeon in like 3 minutes, for anybody who wants to join for that.
Someday I'm going to be a hero like you.
We meet again, stranger from beyond the mists. This battle has extracted a heavy toll. My own rebirth will have to wait for several years. Learn from this, stranger. I do not know why the mists have opened, but I know that it is for a reason. It is clear that you are not here to bring your war to these lands. There is a darkness hidden here in Pandaria. This you have seen for yourself. But I am certain that the mists parted for a reason. You are that reason. Find your purpose here. You can learn a great deal about this land from the Valley of the Four Winds. There is another visitor from beyond the mists here. Chen Stormstout he is called. He is Pandaran, but from a different homeland. Walk this land with Chen at your side. Make friends among the people here. You will find answers in time.
Relax, Lily. We have all the time in the world.
Be wise, traveler. Prove to these inhabitants
I'd
there's more
enjoy
to your
the trip
people
more if we
than
were
war and
actually
destruction.
going somewhere.
We'll come back to this in just a second. Yes, Chen Stormstout is from the Wandering Isle, just like Lily is. Probably Jay Palmer. And it probably would have been even worse, because they wouldn't have had anyone who could deal with it. I mean, like it or not, if there's one thing we're good at, it's dealing with problems like Prime Shaw. We are not on the Wandering Isle. I really should use singular there, since it is a singular thing. Uh-oh, I think I lost Bragwin. Well, while we wait on that, oh, I guess I'll just grab this. Favorite dungeon story-wise in Pandaria? Well, we'll see, won't we? I mean, if you think about it, if the mists hadn't been revealed, then we probably wouldn't have gotten the Zandalari Confederation on these shores. Spoilers. Oh, favorite dungeon story-wise in in Kata. Well, I keep a chart for those. So let's see. Dungeons. Here we go. Looks like... So this doesn't count, because Blackfathom Deeps is actually the answer. But that's a Warlord's dungeon, so go figure. Looks like I gave it to Zul'Gurub, which, again, tracks. The revamped Zul'Gurub is pretty solid. Out of curiosity, do I have even the possibility of a fifth person? If not, we can just format it and see what happens. I have to admit, I really like the revamped Grim Patrol. But that is a Dragonflight dungeon at this point. A minimum of 35, but the closer you are to 67, the better. Oh, sorry, was Grim Patrol War Within? My bad. It's even more recent. Ugh, the Motherlode. I've never liked the Motherlode. Okay, screw it. Let's try this with 4. Let's see what happens.
Slow down.
There's an ancient Pandaran saying that states, within deep doubts comes deep wisdom. The Shaw of Doubt has infested the heart of Jade within the temple and must be destroyed. I dare say you are about to become wiser.
White Tiger watch over you.
Tell me of your travels.
Rogue, will you aid us? The temple's purity has been jeopardized. Even now, the Three Masters struggle against their doubts. Please, I beg you, head in and help Wise Mari, Liu Flameheart, and Lorewalker Stonestep in their fight against the Shah.
Farewell.
To the water boss! What? That's not right. Okay, hold up, hold up. What? Okay, hang on. Everyone head out for a sec. First of all, we need to summon Spartan, but which I can't help you with. Sure, we're set to normal, which we are. And I'm clearly, you know, the correct time walking because I'm in time walking right now. Or am I? See, now I'm not sure. Okay, let's just be sure. Let's just be sure. It doesn't matter. My damage is too high. So something is wrong with me. Oh, you're right. And I may have never turned it back on. And I didn't notice it because Pandaria scales to 35. So I wouldn't have noticed it until I got past 35. Yep, nope, I am not time walking. There you go.
Whatever you do, do not get between a Pandaren and their brew.
That's great.
It'll be unbearably painful if you do.
It really does need some kind of indicator, or at least just a buff, you know? Something. Time walking is such a duct tape feature. I'm glad it's there. I really am. This game would be a lot worse without time walking. But man, it needs a polishing pass. It's probably the biggest example of spaghetti code that still exists in this game. Yeah, or just make it a frickin' toggle in a menu. Oh, that's easy, Mega Skullman Spockmon. Which you yourself could have seen if you actually checked the document, but it's okay. I know you'd rather die than look at the document. I know that looking at the document would activate a horrible curse. I just want you to realize what I just did. I just started heading south on pure habit and was confused. Because I'm on the Alliance, see. See, Horde warp in at the north end of the zone. Anyways, thank you, Equalitas. Always appreciate the support. If you give me a moment, I will go ahead and jot that down. And my holiday was terrible, but thank you for asking. I got a lot done. I guess that counts. Yeah, I can see people now, too. Hey. Okay, so Equalitas is going towards Sea of Stars. Near Replicant. And FF14. Patch Trail. Tiny Hippo 270. I'm glad you enjoyed the Ocarina stream. And thank you, Tiny Hippo, as always. I will jot that down for Ratchet & Clank 2. Does anyone know the subtitle for Ratchet & Clank 2? No, I do not, and I never will, Jay Palmer. Not unless they do a Wrath remix. Which they might. Going Commando, thank you. Going Commando. And then Black Mesa, and then you get to pick a third thing. Also, Raglan, is there any chance I could pester you to get a Discord invite to Tiny Hippo, please? Ratchet & Clank 3. What is Ratchet & Clank 3's subtitle? Up your arsenal. Thank you. appreciate you. If you're wondering, it's because of how spreadsheets work, it's a lot easier and quicker when adding entries to put in the subtitle rather than the number. So, please always give me the subtitle. I'm never going to remember them. They're already gone. I've already forgotten them. They're gone. Did we get Spartan? Oh my god, it's terrifying. Horrifying, even. I'm going to wait for Bragwin to get out that Discord invite. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Nope, because there are two of them, J. Palmer. And both Siphon Filter games, I need their subtitle each time, otherwise I'll get the other one. There we go, that's better damage. Okay, Jesus. Have to go through and one-shot everything. Yeah, that earlier thing was like, yeah! And then they all just died, and there was just this moment of, wait. That's not right. I wanted to do that, I just bring my 80. God, that'd be terrible. On the plus side, it'll never get funded. Or, I mean... So yeah, we didn't give any visual positives to the temple last time because those positives belong in the dungeon. What's funny is it is actually unique architecture, so it's not just... It isn't qualified by Pandaran architecture. So it can get its own completely separate positives.
You dare to disturb these waters? You will do. Living water, bring them death.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and use the remix strategy, which is to completely ignore ads and just focus the boss. While I'm in the background killing the ads by myself, speeding up the fight, because those people are stupid. Just kill the ads, it doesn't take that long. God, people.
Watch your feet.
Decided to jump there.
Rise!
Kill ads.
This is actually one of the more interesting achievements to get. The achievement's actually really simple. Don't touch the water, ever, the whole fight.
Cling to life!
Kill ads.
I know, thank you. That's true, Magister. Probably mostly because they just had better overall visual designers by the time Pandaria rolled around.
Watch your feet.
Do not rush. It only delays the inevitable. Cling to life!
Yes and no, Act. What I usually do in real life is I try to do the hardest, most tasking thing first. And there's some fairly basic logic behind that. Let me use gardening, or, you know, landscaping work as an example.
The water's fine.
I do the hardest, most physically challenging thing first, because it's going to drain me the most. And that way I can get it done when I actually still have a full tank of energy, for lack of a better way to put that. If I waited until later, then I probably wouldn't actually have the energy to do it.
Let death
At all.
wash over. Behold the power of
Watch your feet.
torrential waters.
So this is this mechanic. We're barely seeing it because it's normal, but this is what this is. It's another one of those spiral bosses where he just kind of goes around in a circle like this.
As the darkness clears, I peer into these waters, and my reflection
I'm taking damage. Why am I taking damage? Why am I taking damage? Okay. Well, obviously I don't give that advice to everybody. Just release. It's actually faster anyways. So we're going to go do the other boss. Unlike everyone else who skips the library boss, we're actually going to go do the library boss. What used to happen in the Pandaria remix, especially by the time I got to the point where I could solo dungeons, is we'd get to this dungeon, and we'd kill the last boss, and then someone in group would be like, "Can we do the library boss, please?" And I'd be like, "I got you back!" And I'd go solo the library boss for them, and they'd be like, "Oh, thank you." Oh my god. I get why they don't. There's this interesting thing. I'm gonna die. Yep.
You there, in the rafters! My sacred library has become possessed by the Shah!
In Legion, they came up with this new concept to try and force... Oh my god! To try and force players to do every boss in a run, or at the very least to finish runs, is more accurate. Sorry, to finish runs. So, for example, you get a quest to go to a dungeon, and you have to kill a specific boss in a dungeon. But the quest also requires you to kill the final boss in the dungeon. A lot of players complained about that, and they could suck a lemon. Sorry, no sympathy on that one. It used to be a pretty big problem that people would come in for the boss they need and then leave, if you're wondering where that came from. Yeah, time to do Dharmal. And we're gone. Good morning, Valerian. Well, have fun playing with a controller. Secretly, I think you're insane. I mean, I'm surprised WoW doesn't have official controller support, but I bet you it will by the end of the year. Yep, time to do a 10+ delve. We got this. How do you play an MMO with a controller? Ask anybody who's played FF14 on a controller. I'm sorry, Evo. Yeah, the cross hotbar is like the main way that's possible, to my knowledge.
See how they pour from every letter of these sacred scrolls, corrupting them, defiling them.
So, like, for example, instead of having 1 through 9, you'll have like a cross over there. And if that cross is tied to, say, circle, to use a PlayStation equivalent. So you hit circle, and then that hits, that pulls up that cross, and then you hit like circle left, or circle right, or circle up, or circle down. Because you can assign four abilities per button. And then you just do that for each face button, right? So, boop, 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 boop. And after a while, just, you know, standard play will get you to kind of memorize which one's which. I would never do that, personally, but that's how FF14 does it. I don't know how the add-ons for WoW do it, but yeah,
I beseech you, kind strangers, cleanse this place of their foul presence. Lay our stories to. You must destroy the source of the corruption. Quickly, before our cherished history is erased forever.
Don't worry, I got your back. I could kill this scroll.
Ah, it is not yet over. From what I see, we face the trial of the young Ghoul. Let me shed some light. As the tale goes, the young Ghoul was traveling across the Kunlai Plains when suddenly he was ambushed by two For the ancients! The young Ghoul attacked the beast with great determination and ferocity. Yet, the more he attacked, the more fearsome the beasts grew. However, when he let it alone, the beast shrank to near nothingness.
Target change.
Yeah, the sun one's a bit more vanilla. You pretty much just described how you fight this one in lore. The one you attack gets stronger. The one you don't attack gets weaker.
For you see, strife feeds on conflict. When you have peace in your heart, strife will find somewhere else to roam. You have my thanks, heroes. You have given peace to this sacred temple. Now, off with you. I require meditation before I begin the restoration ritual.
Yeah, I just realized the first two dungeons in this game both involve going through the dungeon first when it's peaceful, and then going back through as an actual dungeon. The brewery. That's true. Siege of Nizao kind of does that as well. I've heard a lot of people over the years say that Pandaria dungeons suck. And they're on crack. I mean, I respectfully disagree with them. Because they're on crack. How's things to you, man? Which one, Ira? Oh no, that's usually the end of the conversation. What, Tian Monastery? Oh, the Shadow Pan. That's in Kunlai. We're not going to get there for a while. Oh, you're talking about the gate. Siege of the Gate. The only thing I got bored of by the end of the remix was doing the brewery scenario. Because it showed up constantly. Oh, no, we don't go through the Shadowpen Monastery while it's peaceful stuff. By the time we get there, things have already gotten bad, which is kind of a narrative point, actually. Right now, we're kind of on the front line of things getting bad. But remember, all of the Shah were released. All the Shah I named earlier were released when we knocked over the statue. So, they're going to have more and more and more time to entrench themselves the further in we get. I admittedly stopped running Siege after a certain point in the remix. I saw what you said, I'm just typing, Spurn. Let's see. Old Gods in Vanilla? Yes. I mean, on Courage, if nothing else. We literally kill Cthulhu. Old Gods in Wrath? Yep, Yogg. Old Gods in Kata? Yep, all over the place. Old Gods in Pandaria? Yep, Shaw. Let's see. Old Gods in Legion? Not as much, but yes.
Are weak.
They're there.
The heart of the great serpent will not fall into your hands.
Yeah, there was a hint of something in BC that ended up being an abandoned plot thread.
Watch wave.
Yes, the Great Serpent of the Ronkins.
Jade Serpent, grant me strength!
Run out. Watch wave.
The cycle must continue. The Jade Serpent must be reborn!
Breath incoming.
I do like the format of this boss. She has only a few basic attacks, but once she hits phase 2, those attacks get empowered by the Jade. And then, of course, Phase 3 is just straight up fighting a dragon. 3 phases per dungeon boss is kind of unusual in this era.
Be free of doubt, priestess.
The haze has been lifted from my eyes. Forgive me for doubting you.
No, Dragonflight had old gods. Think about the entire Black Chain. Everything to do with Neltharion? I mean, that was primo old god stuff. Mm-hmm. As for Within, we'll see. That's a pretty big asterisk. How do you have 8 abilities per thing? I can picture 4 per Eleanor. How do you have 8? I mean, they do mention and reference the old gods several times in War Within. Oh, D-pad. Okay. It's actually a relatively major plot point that the denizens of the 4th zone have abandoned the old gods. So. Yeah, then there's the Black Blood, which, again, we don't really know what the Black Blood is yet. Like, we have an idea, but specifically, no. Okay, so I'm just gonna go.
Die or surrender. You cannot defeat me.
Spread.
See if we have to care about these mechanics at all. Come on, make me care. Make me care.
Succumb to the darkness inside your soul.
So this is a mechanic very similar to the fight all the way back in Wrath. Each one of us spawns our own shadow, and then we have to take it down. Some of these shadows are a little bit harder to take down than others. So once you've finished your shadow, you help other people with theirs. Or let Spartan die. Oh wow, we are dead. Yeah, no, we're turbo dead. Nice. I don't have my phone on me.
To the darkness inside your soul.
Well, hello everyone. I'm sure glad I grabbed my phone. There's exciting new opportunities for employment.
darkness inside your soul. All is lost.
Greetings.
While I am sad to hear the fates of the wise Marian priestess Flameheart, you have my heartfelt thanks.
May your days bring you joy.
I don't mind the Shaw voices, especially since, again, as we pointed out earlier, it's arguable that that's not their voice, right? Excuse me. So, fun fight. We lost Spartan. We lost Spartan. No! So, fairly basic stuff here. Can someone res Spartan, by the way, please, since he can't resurrect himself? Like, he can't release. Anyways, apparently Spartan is too far away. Oh, no, there we go, there we go. So he only has 3 abilities. It's actually fairly basic. First, he puts a dot on someone, which I think is this one, yep. He puts a dot on someone, which needs to be dispelled by the healer, which Spartan was not doing. That's one of the reasons we were taking so much damage. However, what's interesting is that dot mostly does damage to the people nearby you. In other words, if I'm standing here and I have the dot, I'm not taking any damage, but everyone else is. Then he, of course, summons the doubt. Now, the doubt are interesting. The doubt constantly siphon energy from us. When they are completely suffused, they explode, do a crap ton of damage, like as in 1/4 of our health in damage, and also heal the Shah itself for 10% of its max health. That's actually it, but you could see how that leads to an interesting setup. It's why we died. It's because you need to be pushing through that, and you need to be on top of the healing and the dispelling, while at the same time making sure that you kill your creatures very, very quickly. Basically, think of an FF14 boss where you have to kill the ads before the boss kills you all, because there's a bar filling. Same concept, but that happens constantly. When you're ready, clear white noise.
Die or surrender. You cannot defeat me.
Spread.
Succumb to the darkness inside your soul.
Listen, all I'm saying is Spartan's the worst healer in the known history of that. Oh, excuse me. The problem with this fight is, even though Spartan the healer, should be on healing, you'll notice that the debuffs are going off faster than the healer can dispel.
Spread.
See how effortlessly you become unraveled.
Spread.
Well, that sucks. Well, we managed it.
Escape me. I am in every breath.
Also, I have to point out that the Prime Shaw actually have, at least at the time, a unique model and mesh, which is a cool touch and helps to distinguish them from everything else. Whereas, for example, the Mini Shaw, those have the same things as the Fleshlings from all the way back in BC. And the Big Shaw are based off of the Elementals. The Remnants, I believe, specifically.
Hmm?
I never doubted you. Funny, though, you don't look any wiser. Wah, wah.
Goodbye.
Either way, good run. Surprisingly good dungeon. Unfortunately, probably part of the reason we had any difficulties because it was 4 people, but you know what, I'll accept that. And it's still a decent dungeon regardless. The next dungeon will be in, let's say about an hour. And that will be, God, I can't even see the damn thing. There it is, the Mogushan Palace. For anybody who wants to join for that. Get some food, Gregwin. So, I kind of want to do a thing here really quick. So, if you'll permit me a minute.
Uncle Chen, what are we waiting for?
Relax, Lily. We have all the time in the world to explore Pandaria. Take some time to enjoy the trip.
I would enjoy the trip more if we were actually going somewhere.
Yes, that's right. We haven't even given visual positives to the Jade Forest yet.
Come on, Uncle Chen. What are we waiting for?
Relax, Lily. We have all the time in the world to explore Pandaria. Take some time to enjoy the trip.
I would enjoy the trip more if we were actually going somewhere.
Okay, they're going to repeat that line a few times, I think. Scooch somewhere where we can't hear them. You know what? No, hang on. Yeah, Lily's not a kid anymore, and hasn't been in a while. Like, she's only a little bit younger than Anduin. Now, that's a view. All right, give me 1 second, please. Oh, I know. I wonder how, like, these aren't just giant. They probably are very nutritious, too, if you think about it. Makes me wonder, what do they taste like? So, who here wants to be, to think I'm ridiculous and stupid, and worthless and terrible? And should completely hang up my reviewer's banner or whatever. And never review again. The Jade Forest got 50 positives. Net. That's what I wanted to double check. That completely destroys every other zone in the game. And yeah, it is one of the best zones in the entire game. So that tracks. Like, there's a reason 2 days ago we were debating which zones would contest the Jade Forest for quality. That's a good question, Blue Fusion Volt. I've never made one, however, so I cannot comment on them. I've been saving it for the run.
No wonder it took you so long then. You can't explore anything sitting on your butt.
You were sent by Bolo, the keg bender, right? From the Drumkenhosen? How's his eye healing? Is his friend still hungover? Ah, that was an enjoyable evening.
Come back with some stories.
My niece and I are new to Pandaria, probably like yourself. We're visitors from the Wandering Isle, and to be honest, we have no idea where we're going. That farm up ahead looks like a fine place as any to take off our shoes and enjoy a brew. What say you, Lily? Morgan, would you share the road with us?
It feels like we were in that forest forever. Let's go! Finally!
I mean, it was literally 3 days to finish the Jade Forest.
I am called Chen, and this is my niece, Lily. May we stay here at your farmhouse for a while? We do not have much in the way of money, but I will gladly share some of my famous ale with you.
Greetings, Chen. Lily, you may stay, but I do not need any of your ale.
Thank you. We will not trouble you for long. Interesting. He does not like beer? A very strange land indeed.
Really, Uncle? We're stopping already? We only moved like 10 feet.
The Wandering Isle is an island that's built up on the back of a turtle that roams around the world, the oceans. You actually can't see it on the map because there is no map for it. It's a roamer. This is Pandaria, the continent. Totally different thing.
You are most welcome.
Does all this farmland belong to you? I put my son Ong in charge of the vegetable farm down the hill. My nephew Liang runs the pig farm to the west, and his father, my brother, maintains a small sheep ranch south of that. My farming days are over. These days I just gather the harvested crops and sell them to folks heading down the road. Less time on my feet, more money in my pocket.
Family, friends, food.
Welcome, welcome, visitors. You've come to sample some of my son's turnips. Perhaps purchase a few pigs? Make yourself at home. I have plenty of room.
Slow down.
Because those two guys make you feel skinny.
Why would I want to feel skinny? Size is strength. Look at Xiao over there. He understands the value of a big belly.
So I'm going to go ahead and follow the Warcraft order and not actually do this yet. Well, anyways, real quick. You may or may not recognize all these people, but all of these people were the people from the Tian Monastery. This is the big guy who was eating. That's the genie we fought. That's the Hosen we fought. This is the Bramble Staff we interacted with earlier, and that's Lin, who was with us when we started the Tian Monastery.
Welcome.
It's me, remember, from the monastery? Took me a while, but I finally graduated. And Zhao and, well, everyone else you see. We're not students anymore. We're on our very first quest. Finding the Hidden Master.
Travel safe.
Finally, a chance to use the skills we've been training for. Who knows what adventure we'll find in the Valley of the Four Winds.
Enough of that.
Jen, I think I know why you like it here so much.
Hosen can learn martial arts too, you know. Ken better than these other guys. Especially better than clever Asho and dumb Jinyu over there. This place is great! Have you seen how much food they have here? The elder of my village taught me that wisdom flows through every river and collects in every palm. Pond. I can't wait to learn what the waters of this place have to offer. The elders of my village also taught me that one should never trust a Hosen. Dude, just, no, not the time and place, okay? There's a secondary quest here.
My goods are crafted with great care.
Okay, fine. I'll take your... Oh, God, it's the worst song of the game. Negative to 6 gameplay, I guess, actually. Okay, so anyways, negative to gameplay. Moving on.
What wisdom do you seek?
I apologize for the state of things around here. The vermin, those rabbity creatures down the hill, have been pushing further and further into my family's farm, and our crops, which are normally bigger and more delicious, by the way, have been suffering because of it. I'm no soldier, but you might be. Do you mind pushing some of these vermin off our land?
May you find mastery in your passions.
Nothing at all, Verlictum. Nothing. Nothing is wrong with it. Vermin. They don't just eat our food. They try to start farms of their own. Problem is, well, they're ookin dumb. You don't believe Muno? Last night they break into tool sheds, steal equipment. When we wake up, we find rakes and wheelbarrows planted in the ground. They were watering them. They were trying to grow wheelbarrows. While you're out there, unbury our stuff. I don't know, I worked in retail. You never really tune it out. It just sits there. It's like saying, yeah, eventually get used to that dagger that's jabbing you in the side. Not really. It just sits there, jabbing you in the side. Don't worry, you only hear that song like 2 or 3 more times. No machinations here. That's why it's only 1 negative. Also, this is a really minor thing. But did you notice that the hose in here is perfectly reasonable? And even has a steady job as a farmhand? I just felt like pointing that out because there's plenty of examples of that throughout the Pandaria. Jade Forest really was kind of, bearing the lead on that. Is he an outcast? No, he's just a hosen. There's a few like that here and there. Oh, Ken arguably qualifies as well. The one who joined the monastery. We'll see more of him in a minute. Because we're actually doing Krasrang first. I feel like it makes more narrative sense to do Krasrang first. Plus, Krasrang and the Valley of the Four Winds are essentially one zone anyways. Thanks, friend. Now maybe a hosen can get some ookin work done around here. Well, thanks for the watermelon bomb, anyways.
Funny looking wicked.
You have the eyes of one who has traveled much.
He surveys the area around his farm. Well, they're not all gone yet, but there's less of them. And they aren't holding their ears quite as high anymore. I guess they're afraid of you. They have every right to be.
May the red crane live forever in your heart.
What's up, Zhao?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Are you looking for the owner of this place? Look for the Pandaren at the top of the stairs. I'm just a visitor like you. Now, if you'll excuse me, we're trying to decide something.
Jen, I think I know why you like it here so much.
So, do any of you know where the hidden master lives?
I am pretty sure that is why he is called the Hidden Master, Lin.
Oh, sorry. So, where should we search first?
I can try asking the streams for guidance.
Asks the streams? You're no elder, Ashio. You're not even a Jinju grown yet. It would be a waste of your time.
Kinkin thinks we split up. Follow the four winds.
That's a much better idea, Ken. I volunteer to travel south, into the jungle.
I will follow the north wind.
Can go chase east wind. Shortest walk.
I suppose I'll go west then.
Very well. As the oldest and fattest among us, I will wait here for each of you to return. Good luck, friends. Once we find the hidden master, we can continue our training.
Well, okay.
Tell me of your travels.
Are you listening in? Don't worry, I don't mind. You're welcome to join the search for the Hidden Master as well. Though, if you do find him, I'd appreciate if you came back here and told me where he was.
There is no hurry. Next one is on me.
Grab each of these
May the
quests.
mists
Quick.
Jade.
So, Ken, the Hosen. Personally, I'm impressed he's progressed so far in his trading. He's got a brain between his ears, which is more than can be said for much of his kind. He already said he was heading east, but seeing as we're already on the east of the valley, I can't imagine he went too far. Look for him at Zoo's watch at Krasrang Wild. See what he's found.
Next one is on me.
Well, let's go do that. The kazoo doesn't help anything with the ear-piercing nature of it, no. Alright. Hello, everyone? Are you just lying down on a sack of rice? Hello? Hello? Okay. Excuse me? It's raining still. And freezing. At least we haven't had a typhoon lately. Okay. Pardon me? Oh, bother. Does anyone else notice something's wrong with the river? So this is another example of the nobody notices this thing. They specifically mentioned that the lake there is dried up, but nobody mentions the fact that it's completely covered in Shaw energy. There's another one over there, too. You see it. What day is it? Nobody tells me anything. Okay. Well. Hi, Ken. This place, it's so sad. Ken never seen a place so sad. Pandaren always welcomed travelers with open arms and open kegs. This town full of jerks. Everyone's so busy sulking they won't talk to Ken at all. Could you find someone in town who will talk to us? Maybe normal Pandaren just hiding in houses.
Go now. Go.
Excuse me. What's the point anymore? Okay.
Oh, hello.
My nephew, Yimo, has always been a sort of a downer. When this wave of despair hit town, he took it harder than most. He just sat around for days, refusing to eat, staring off into the horizon. I always wandered off to the cliffs where the thunderbirds pet nest and hunt. Will you please look for him?
Travel safe.
Well, obviously killing them is kind of shorthand for how you deal with them, but there's actually two ways to deal with Shaw. First of all, you can, bury the emotion, bottle it away so you don't have to deal with it or think about it. In other words, more or less literally, don't feel sad.
Come, speak with me.
Huh? Oh, I'm awake again. Ever since this rain started, I just don't feel like doing anything.
Keep the peace.
Also, those beds. I'm just saying. Pandaren beds. Okay, moving on.
Speak up.
We toil day in and day out, and for what? There's no point to any of it.
Until next time.
Okay. Only one lady panda who's not crazy. This worse than Kenken thought. You help me. Kenken try to think of ways to cheer up these super sads. Okay, you got it. We got this, Kenken. Exploding. Sorry, I'm actually thinking. Forgive me. All right, let's grab that one. Sorry. Let me guess. My aunt sent you. Ever since this storm began, I've just been tired. Not physically, no. It's like my soul is exhausted. Worthless. Hopeless. I imagine it's what one feels when a mate leaves them for someone with a rounder belly, but I've never had a mate, so how would I know? How can I claim to know anything? I'm worthless to everyone but the birds. At least they'll get a good meal out of me. Well, we gotta bring them back, so... You know, your aunt's worried about you. Is she really worried about me? I doubt it. But you have your whole life ahead of you. What is life, anyway? A series of disappointments. Alright, I don't have time for this. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, come on. Get over here. What the... Oh, God. Bird. Bird. Now keep going. Come on, kid. Come on. Come on. Just leave me here, or they'll take you, too. Bird. Bird. A lot of birds. I will kick you all the way back to town. I'm getting dizzy. And now he's throwing up everywhere. Very gross. You're crazy, you know that? Yes. Yes, I am. Come here, so I can kill this. Come on. Come on, come on. Don't give up, Thunderbirds. Come back for me. Nope, nope, nope. We're going to roll him across the terrain. Come on, let's go, let's go. No. Ugh. Right, alright already. Enough with the shoving. I'm going to my room. Feel free to tell my aunt you heroically saved me from myself. Or whatever.
Tell me of your
I
travels.
can't believe he was actually going to do that. This despair is worse than I imagined. I cannot thank you enough for bringing him back. Yeah, sure.
I hope to see you again soon.
All of this started with our pond. In a single day, all the water retreated down to the earth. And when there was no more water in the ponds, it began to fall from the sky. Despite endless torrents of rain, the ponds do not fill. It's as if the land itself thirsts and cannot be quenched. Now the ponds birth horrific manifestations of despair, elementals made from the water of the sky and the salt of the earth.
May your days
That's
bring
right,
you
salt elementals. I mean, saltwater elementals, but still. Alright. Ken pretty sure he knows what's wrong with Pandaren. Got old Hosen remedy to do the chick. Need money, honey, fish oil, and salt. Ken saw beehives in the trees around town. There must be fish in the dry ponds. And that leaves salt. May might know where we can find some.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we got this. An old Hosen remedy. I don't remember who's old. Off the top of my head. I mean, okay, that's not true. There's going to be plenty of those in War Within. War Within's dominant theme is about dealing with internal trauma, so... And general mental health. Holy crap, that hurts! Ugh! Okay, I didn't die. Yeesh. That dot. Ow. Okay, we're only going to fight one of these at a time now. So apparently I got to do that. Jesus there, look at that. Yeah, War Within doesn't pull any punches. And honestly, good. Listen, it's just raining in a world, and therefore is very depressing act. I don't see any issues here. It's actually really funny that they take Anduin's story, who suffered something that none of us can really process because it's a fictional concept that doesn't exist in real life, and yet they do a good job of making him relatable throughout it. God, these things hurt. What is this, vanilla? Someone cursed me to play Classic and I didn't even notice. Gosh darn it. I mean, if you're going to mention it, you might as well just say it, Act. Otherwise, you're just being coy. And if it's not Rain World, then it's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Most likely. Oh yeah, or Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, Triexia. She's one of the extremely few people he knows who's been through what he's been through. And that he can be open about what he's going through. Or you could just tell me and not be a dick about it, Act. Next dungeon is, oh god, I can't think of the name of it. Hang on. Next dungeon is not War Within, but the Mogoshan Palace will be next dungeon. A lot of people have wondered why I placed that dungeon in the Krasrang Wilds. It's because of all of the zones, not counting the Throne of Thunder, obviously, the one that has the most to do with the Mogu is the Krasrang Wilds. And the Mogoshan Palace is just kind of there. It is relevant to events that are happening, but it also very definitively happens before Lei Shen shows up. So this is about as close of a narrative fit as it gets. I mean, we could have done it as part of the Golden Veil, if that existed, but even then, Oh, whoops. I forgot to get the fish. Fish are somewhere around here. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! Yeah, the veil might as well not even be there at this point. Let's go ahead and put this here. Congrats, Braywen. Would this be a bad time to point out that if you did it during the remix, it would literally take you about 20 minutes? One of the things they did during the Pandaria remix is they changed how much rep gain you get from doing the rep quests, and magnified it by a factor of like 10. So you would do the very, very first initial Cloud Serpent quest, you know, the one to unlock the daily grind, and you're like halfway through Friendly. And then you do the second quest, and then you'd be halfway through Honored. It's like, okay. I'm with that. It's remix. We're not here to be bored. Yeah, everyone keeps saying it's going to be Legion, but we got like another year before we get to that, if the current timeline holds true. So I'm trying not to think too much about it yet.
Greetings.
Thank you. It's time we take back our land from this curse.
Farewell. Travel safe.
Hang on, tell me about Zoo's legacy.
Hello.
Centuries ago, this land was still part of the wilds. Reaching the coast was a perilous journey, and many Pandoran were lost to the beasts which roamed the Krasrang. Until the famous hunter Zoo Longbrow came along. Tired of the needless loss of life, Zoo, along with his wife Rin and their son Po, both formidable hunters in their own right, carved out and settled a corner of the wilds. Zoo did not want to settle the wilds entirely, though many begged him to do so. In his wisdom, he understood that they too served a purpose, protecting the Great Crane. Thus Zoo's province was born, and Zoo's watched to protect it. Ah yes, that is correct. He is the last remaining member of the Longbrow line. Sadly, he doesn't seem to be made of the same stuff as old Zoo. As I'm sure you notice, he's dramatic. Please do not take this as a sign of weakness. His name and the responsibilities that come with it weigh on him heavily. I know Yi Mo only wants what is best for the province. Someday he will come to understand that. At times, you must fight for what you love.
I hope to see you again soon.
It doesn't work that way, Verdictum. There's no... I don't have the ability to calculate the golden number on the fly. So, the number right here is how many VODs we've gone through. This is the 88th VOD. Story positives, story negatives, gameplay positives, gameplay negatives for the current expansion.
Welcome. Farewell.
With our grip on the province loosening, Sarok from the wilds have already moved into the cave north of town. Most of our hunters are face down in their own tiers, so the Sarok just walk in like they own the place and grab whatever they want. I want you to send a message that Zoo's watch is not to be crossed. Will you be my messenger?
May your days bring you joy.
Bonfires are surprisingly effective at discouraging beasts from wandering out of the wilds. We have 3 along the border, which we normally keep lit at all times. Nobody's been there for days, though, and the fires must be out by now. It's only a matter of time before the wilds creep back in and overtake the lands we have kept safe for centuries. Please, reignite the bonfires. They are critical in keeping the province safe, and they are memorials to the founders of our way of life.
Farewell.
Yeah, can't believe Kenken didn't think of this sooner. It's the one thing that can ruin his day. Oh, Pandaran got a case of the spooky dukes. Dukes get scared sometimes, don't want to come out. Poor, fluffy, mopey dopes must be ready to explode by now. This just makes things to bring about. That make Pandaran happy for sure. Just like old Grandma used to say, can't throw if you can't go. Alright, we need someone to test this on. You! Get over here, Mopsy. Ken got just the thing for you. Who? Me? Sure, it's not like things could get any worse. To never say that! Here, drink this. It's made of oil, honey, and salt. Now think about that for a second. It worked. Ken knew it would work. Ha 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 ha. You feeling better now? No, I'm not feeling better. So it's not actually supposed to make you puke. It's the other end. Okay, that not work. Cheer Ken up, but Pandaran's still sad. We try another old Hosen remedy. This time we go further back than Grandma. Way back to ancient times. Hosen still do this sometimes, mostly at parties. Ken got woodworking to do. You bring him teeth. Oh, not yours. Big ones, like Panther. Oh, and paint. Yeah, think about it. It's called the Spooky Dukes. Excuse me, can I get some pigment, please? Sarok take any opportunity to plunder, and our wardens out of commission. They've been running nightly raids on our supplies. They take anything they can carry and sort it back at their lair. Crafting supplies and pigments are just the sort of thing they're sitting on.
Travel safe.
It's fine, Act. I mean, it makes sense that a lot of themes would be cross game or even cross genre. Excuse me. This doesn't bother me as much as the BC or Wrath stuff, or heaven forbid, the Red Ridge stuff. Probably because some actual thought was put into writing it, as opposed to just being like, hey, this guy's pooping! Isn't that funny? That he's going poo? Instead, a Hosen, who is legitimately trying to help, it's worth noting, comes up with a recipe in order to try and ensure that what he thinks is the problem can be fixed. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to start buying food at this point. I'm just getting murdered. My gear decent? Yeah, no, my gear's about right. Don't really even have any holes. What the hell? And yeah, it makes sense from a Hosen. Hosen tend to think fairly simple things, and so, you know, I'm trying to help. They're feeling sad. I've got it. Like, there's a logic chain there, right? past these guys here. Regen kicks in a little bit more. Oh. I'm not sure I can take two at once. Well, there's a phrase you don't hear me utter very often. Probably a little bit of both, act. But again, if you think about it, food and the consequences of food are a fairly basic concept. How do I put this? We don't really think about that too much in real life because those are long since solved problems for us as humans. But we're pretty far down the tech tree, right? For a fairly large portion of human history, dealing with that was actually something that was a major concern, especially on a day-to-day basis. Oh god, it totally is, Evo. You're right. Notice I'm very carefully not pulling two mobs at once here. As much as I love dying, and I love dying, I guess it's all I can do is die. That way I can provide a meal for the people who kill me. Yeah, sewers are astonishingly recent, relatively speaking. Like when you look at us, as a species. Ah, crap. Okay, no, I'm gonna bow out of that. Okay, Get our health back. Sewers is an application. An idea is worthless unless it's applied. And Lord knows the Romans did that, sure. And then an extraordinarily large group of people didn't do that for literal centuries afterwards. So I'm going to stick by sewers are a recent invention. And stand by that sentence. I mean, hell, the lifting of New York was only, what, a century ago? Something like that? I actually forget. When was it? Can someone Google that really quick? When did they do that? Anybody knows what I'm talking about? Everyone in chat. We have no idea what you're talking about. I know. I'm worthless. So I gotta say that right. I'm worthless. I know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so worthless. It just comes so naturally. Sorry. I'm not much of an Eeyore any more than I'm much of a streamer. One of my own viewers did a tier list of YouTubers recently and put me in B tier. That was a fun thing to wake up to. I know. I'm not actually a YouTuber. But at that point, why include me at all? Why am I even on the list? Whoop. What made me laugh most here is I didn't recognize most of the channels in S and A tiers. Which makes sense. I don't watch a lot of YouTube either. Like, I've got a few history channels I watch. I've got a few lawyers that I watch. And, yeah, I had to look up who Digital Foundry was. Go ahead, make fun. It's fine. But I'd never heard of him before. Or if I had no memory of it. I'm guessing they're good to be on S tier.
Tell me of your travels. I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, Silverfur. That should teach those savages to know their boundaries.
May your days bring you joy.
King.
I hope to see you again soon.
Zoo's province serves as a corridor from the upper tier of the valley down to the sea. Keeping the province safe requires daily efforts to maintain a border against the savage Krasrang wilds.
Farewell.
I don't watch Eagle all that often, but he's done some good stuff over the years. Yeah, but I haven't done a rumination in like 3 years for like, well, 2 years now. We're working on 3 years. We need to make that gap grow, and then delete all the ruminations. Kenken is working hard at carving something out of tree bark. Oh, just gonna be great. You see. Ah, just in time. All done. Look. He holds up a carved wooden mask with a ridiculous face. Now we put on the finishing touches. We got a fun machine. How is it? Okay. Nobody can be sad when they're wearing a mask like this. Who can we test it on? Oh, hey, it's the poor guy who, just got out from behind the bushes. What was that stuff? It went to move through me like bad tea. Come here, buddy. Sorry about last time. Put this on. Fine. Whatever. Hand it over. What the ook is that? Oh, the Hosanity. Get it out of here. Kenken too smart to die. Is it gone? I feel happy. Thank you so much, brave heroes. I will tell stories of you, of Silverfur the mighty and Kenken the fearless. Yeah, the fearless. Sounds good. Well, that was unexpected. Come to think of it, now Ken can remember why Hosen used mask in the first place. A legend about the Monkey King says he used a mask to cure the old Pandaran Emperor Xiao Hao when he was too sad to lead his people. Then they buried his mask with all his sadness in the ground. So, we should use the mask on more Pandaren, but instead of putting sad away in the ground, we're gonna punch its butt! Let's do this. This is a surprisingly quiet bit of world building in this quest. He had the right idea, but completely on accident. Because he was right, this is actually something that the Monkey King came up with. It's a ritualistic mask. It is specifically a form of naturalistic magic, druidic magic, probably a better way to put that. And it does actually enforce a mental state on the person who's wearing it, which in this case helps combat the person. The way I like to think of this is it gives you a bit of a mental reset. How many of you have ever been stuck in a mindset or a mood and not actually noticed until someone else points it out? And you're like, you're right, I am such and such. I hadn't even thought about it. Because you were so stuck in it that you didn't process, you didn't have the perspective to see that you were stuck in it. Similar concept. All these people are super duper sad, and it just kind of seesaws, right? It snowballs as things get worse and worse until someone's like, wow, I'm wearing this ridiculous mask. And it's like, huh. Hold on, why am I so sad? Like, it's just that mental reset. And yeah, these masks are very similar to the tiki masks the trolls use and have used for millennia. Let's punch some butts. Has to specifically be the butt, nowhere else. Wait, do Shaw have butts? What am I doing out here? I've got work to do. Here, let's help out the person on the rice. It could be. You'll also notice that not everyone falls into it. And that makes perfect sense. Not everyone is the same, and not everyone's going to be susceptible to the same negative emotions. Some people are just going to be more resistant to things like despair. And, well, the opposite, too. Some people are going to fall into that a lot easier than other people. That's true for all of them, really. The three Shah they tend to group together because they don't get a lot of screen time individually are anger, hatred, and violence. But it's worth noting some people who fall to anger are resistant to hatred. Because hatred's special, right? Hatred's another step beyond just anger. And violence, well, you can be plenty angry at someone, but that doesn't mean you want to punch them, right? So violence is its own thing, too. And like I said, we're going to see this as we go. Some people are just more resistant and more susceptible to some of the Shah than they are the others. Honestly, it makes perfect sense to me that a bunch of Pandorans who are keeping watch in a tiny post in the middle of a rainstorm area, which gets hit by monsoons periodically, which is the last bastion of civilization in a road that goes into someplace called the Krasrang Wilds, would fall to despair. This is probably not a very prestigious post. This is the kind of thing you do because you recognize it has to be done. These people probably don't enjoy their day-to-day jobs all that much. And yeah, exactly. I can understand anger. Yes, I did, Evo. But hate? And violence? No. We save it in Pandorum, but the land's still sad. The rain's not stopping at all. He shakes his tiny fist at the sky. How many more butts we gotta punch before we fix this town? The sky darkens in response.
Bye-bye.
Is that Yimo kid over there? He squints against the torrents of rain, which are increasing, by the way. It is! He's at the well. He's not looking good. Ken got a bad feeling about this.
Go now. Go.
Shaw and Nasty's popping out everywhere. We gotta take care of them first. And now we have an escort. Well, not an escort, a squad. Yeah, Ken's legit. I like Ken. He has not gotten a character positive yet, but I think we can officially swing one. Just one. But it'll be there. I gotta admit, it's wild playing Rogue, if I could talk about that for a second. I don't feel this glass cannony on a mage. It's interesting. Like, mage has a fairly large amount of live abilities and cooldowns and all kinds of fun stuff it can do to endure. Rogue has very little in terms of live. So here's the big boy. I guess I should say Rogue at level 42 doesn't have a lot of live. Like right now I have evasion, that's physical only, of course. My one heal, and that's it. Silverfur, to think you've risked your life to save me twice now, and I've only treated you with disdain. I am shamed beyond comprehension. Please forgive me. My mind was not my own. Should you ever need aid of any kind, from a handful of turnip seeds to a volley of arrows, know that Zoo's watch will provide it. For now I must direct my attention to rebuilding the village. There's much to be done. You may rest here if you like, but I will not accept any more help. Ah, we did it! Oh, that was some good butt-punching back there. Something tells Ken that's not the last of the sads, though. That's true, Evo. You're absolutely right. Interestingly enough, Hosen, by their very limited nature, would be resistant to most Shah. Not all. But most. We did some good work here today. Monastery always told us, leave place better than we found it.
Galoo!
Throw it on the ground because we already have it.
Greetings. May your days bring you joy.
Deep in the wilds on the southern coast, where the Krasrang River meets the sea, rests the Temple of the Red Crane, home of the great Chiji and his most devout followers. They should be told of what happened here. If you're heading that way, I have a favor to ask. We often send supplies to the temple, but our last courier has not returned. Please look for signs of him. And then she actually gives directions. Holy crap.
Travel safe.
Directions exist. Still. What was I going for? Could go for that, but where would I put it? No, it's okay, Trihexy. We're totally cool with, you know, guillotining rich people. I'm in a weird place. I need, like, one more button on my bar. I could move stealth, I guess, but I kind of don't want to. I could also not get Ghostly Strike, but I kind of wanted to get Ghostly Strike. So here's what Ghostly Strike does. Costs 35 energy. It's a 90-second cooldown. Strikes the enemy doing a crap ton of physical damage, and causing the target to take 15% increased damage for 12 seconds. Also awards a combo point. This is what you do right before you unload. Good morning, Fife. I also want Blade Rush. So this is a 45-second thing. It's 20-yard range. You charge to your target, doing a fairly large amount of physical damage, and an AoE at the spot. And while Blade Fury is active, damage to non-primary target is increased. And it generates 25 energy over 5 seconds. That's a great... These are both great openers. I guess I could get rid of Kidney Shot? Yeah, I barely ever use that anyways. Feels weird putting that there. Why don't I... Well, okay, hang on. So... I could put Thistle Tea over here. Looks like nothing affects Blade Rush. Dang. Oh my god, don't even get me started, Act. As a fresh reminder, use the web tab for searches or default to the web tab for searches. Do not use default Google anymore. And I can explain that to anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, but it's actually really easy to explain. If you go Google anything right now, Mass Effect. Mass Effect 1. If you look towards the top, it's like Google, then your search bar, then there's a bunch of tabs that say like videos, images, shopping, news, forums. You're probably on the All tab. Never use the All tab. Never. It was never that great, but it's actually gotten worse in the last year. One of those tabs is called Web. Use the Web tab. Ah. Okay, so I've opened up C. Maybe I can move this over there and then leave that. That actually feels like a good move. Let's do that. So let's move Adrenaline Rush over to C. Grab Killing Spree, finally. And move Killing Spree up to X. Big hit. Big hit with a cooldown, no less. Sometimes I put abilities like, for example, Execute on the X button. Or, Shadow or Death, so that should work. Did I say good morning, Five? Good morning, Five. Oh, right. Hang on. Big perch. Aw, get some good rest, Act. Mondays. Frickin' Mondays. From what I understand, it varies based on your browser and possibly your settings, Dakota. And I don't know what it is in other languages, so I can't help with that. Like, for example, mouse effect 1. If I search for it right now, it is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is the 7th tab for me, and it is the far right tab. However, I know for a fact that that's because I am searching on the web by default. So if I switch over to all, web isn't even listed there, and I have to actually click more in order to then pull up web. I love this rain effect. Oh, hey, Galleon's up. We totally got that. I had never killed Galleon until Pandaria Remix, by the way. You never get a group together. Oh, don't even get me started on Google Images. So, really quick, let's talk about the Krasrang Wilds. Visuals. Now, this is probably the most jungly zone we've seen so far in the game. Like, look at this place. This sucker is dense. And the terrain is very rough, very hilly. Lots of roots. Lots of vines coming out of the just out of the walls here. Rivers and swamps all over the place. Yeah, no, this is a very solid looking jungle. It does a pretty good of fulfilling the term wilds. Yeah, naturally, this is where the front line of the war will show up. Huh. And of course we have Mogu Ruins. And there's this shelf right here. I don't know what this is called. There's a term for this kind of geological strata, but it's this shelf. And the water from up top kind of spills down to below. And up here is the Valley of the Four Winds. Which is, of course, absolutely gorgeous, but here's the relevant part. All of the water in the Valley of the Four Winds comes from the source. In other words, all of this water is magically augmented to be extremely nourishing and resourceful and useful and healthy and all kinds of stuff like that, right? So, plants grow really big, animals grow really big because there's plenty of plant life, predators grow really big because there's plenty of animal life. The biome here is extraordinarily nourishing, so this place is absolutely glutted with food. Whether you want meat, or vegetables, or fruit, or grain. There's a reason why all the farmlands... This is the breadbasket of the entire continent right here. But we're still in the Krasrang. So the reason I bring that up is, as you can see, the water here does also spill down into here. Now, by this point, it's probably at least a little bit diluted. But it helps to explain why this place is so massively overgrown. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There it is. Hello?
I ain't getting paid to chat.
How did you get here? I'm part of the Nissingware Safari. We were riding along in our hot air balloon through the mist when we came across this land. Nissingware and his boy wanted to hunt some hoofed animals and whatnot up north. I decided to get a head start on them in the jungle where the real beasts are. Ride later, I'm knee-deep in tigers.
Stay strong.
Thinking about hunting birds is all you think about hunting birds is you need ammo, and I ain't got any. Think about hunting with Nissingware is you need to prove you can keep up your tally and bragging rights up. Can't hunt, can't brag. And I like bragging, says no good. Can I hire you to go get me some carp hunters? You'll find them up and down the rivers. There's a bunch of them. Don't hesitate to hunt while doing other stuff.
You ever need anything, you know where to find me.
2 words. Tiger blood. Oh, this is going to sell better than Serenite on the black market. Especially once I finish spreading rumor about how it makes you all big and buff and stuff. This jungle's full of tigers. You write up a few vials for me? I'll cut you in on the scam.
I got your back. Get lost, will you?
Sure. Oh, absolutely, Evo. I picture that the food in Pandaria is just extraordinarily delicious. I mean, you're more or less eating magically augmented food. I don't know why I'm saying more or less. You are literally eating magically augmented food. Like, imagine eating Pandaran food and then going anywhere else. Like, alright, time to sit down for a bowl of, you know, Duratar stew or something. Oh my gosh. The courier must have died of his wounds after what looked like a brutal struggle. The supply satchel appears to be unharmed. An Alliance member here. Elune be praised. My team has encountered a snag. We opened a portal to this land using ancient scrolls we found that predated Ashara's rule. Unfortunately, the coordinates provided were warded, and the portal that meant to take us to our destination landed us in this oubliette. We've been trapped for days, and it's slowly leeching our energy to power itself. Could you find the nearby shackles that bind us and disable them? There is a WoW cookbook. I own it, actually. It was a gift for Christmas a couple years ago. Yeah, so some of you may be aware that there's a race in my setting called the Tygians. Now, or Tygians, depending. I guess it would be Tygians. Whatever. Point being, Tygians. They have a concept that I like to call rock salt. I'll probably come up with a better name than that someday. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's literally acidic. As in, it will actually burn a real hole through your tongue if you eat it. The Tygians love it. It's some of the only stuff that gives real flavor to them. The reason I bring it up is, don't eat earthen food. There you go. Be free! Oh, excuse me. Wait, where did Ken go? No. Hello, Valdrin and Lyalia.
Peace be with you.
Oh, your timing was impeccable. Another day in here, I think we would have wasted away to nothing. Now we can continue our search for the pools of youth.
Go in peace.
Okay, so it's worth noting the Horde and Alliance quests here are very minorly different. I will just tell you the story of the other side rather than doing these quests again. So, because it is relevant.
What do you need?
These creatures are fascinating. Great fighters, though they're so thin. I mean, they're night elves, yeah.
Goodbye.
I'm pretty sure the settlement wasn't here a few weeks ago. Where did these people come from?
White Tiger watch over you.
The Hidden Master will have to wait. Look at these people. They're so thin. They must be starving. You know what they need? A big steaming bowl of squirmy delight. If you find yourself near a river, try rounding up some intact skitter glands. And if you mouse over the food, it says something doesn't seem quite right, though.
Enough of that.
It also has the picture of a worm.
I am honored.
What are you doing here? We are on a quest to find the pools of youth. The fabled waters were born of a mysterious lost civilization that predated Queen Ashara. With these waters, we'll be able to restore the glory of immortality to the Kaldorei.
Farewell.
Yeah, by the way, the Night Elves are no longer immortal. Or kind of are. Look, just don't ask questions. It's dumb. Let's just summarize this with it's dumb and move on.
I am listening. Del Nadris.
I wonder if I could bother you for another task. My daughter, the good Sentinel Commander here, refuses to let me go into the field. I have spent every day in that oubliette staring at the ruins to our north, itching to investigate. If we are where I suspect we are, those ruins could contain the key we need to finding the fabled pools of youth. Please, go to those ruins, salvage any tablets that have writing on them.
Good luck, friend.
What are you doing here? My father would tell you we're here for the pools of youth. The real story is Our Lady Tyrande Whisperwood had visions of a great light we will, find on this journey. A light that will need to be found and defended. My father insists it's the pools of youth. I think he's blinded by a decade of obsession.
Farewell.
I know, right, Eva? I mean, I pointed this out earlier. Look at how skinny even a Worgen is. And we're like 90% muscle.
Ishnu Allah. Del Nadris.
Horde Sunwalkers. We saw one of their scouts patrolling by the oubliette. I don't know how he got here, but I can guarantee he isn't alone. They never are. Kill the scout before he reports our position.
Be careful.
That's right, time to kill some Horde scum. For they are not even human. Anyway, so, on the other side, you can actually see them right over there. You see those Taran tents? That's what the Horde are doing here. And honestly, they're not the Horde in any real sense of the word. That is a group of Sunwalkers led by a guy named Dezco. He's cool. I like Dezco. The Sunwalkers were actually added in Pandaria. That is to say, the ability for a Tauren to play a Paladin was added in Pandaria. They're here because Dezco's wife had a vision of a great light that would need protecting. Huh. Anyways. Yeah, unlike FF14 where everyone's a supermodel. Sorry. Just, look, we're all attractive, okay? We're gonna live with this. I wonder what Blateval would think of a Kultiran. The Sunwalkers are having trouble, though, because, well, the thing is, his wife's pregnant. And so they get here, and she starts to have a really troubled pregnancy. And it's pretty clear that something is going wrong with the pregnancy, and they're going to have to deal with it. I'm going to pause that story there, because we'll cover more of that as it's more relevant. But that's getting you caught up. Ugh. On what's going on with the Horde initially. Correct, Evo. Paladins were exclusive to humans and dwarves, and then shamans were exclusive to orcs and trolls. Several people have asked before why you can only play certain races, or certain classes on certain races. WoW has always limited class and race combos, like going all the way back to vanilla. Now, near as I can tell, that's not really a lore thing, as strange as that sounds. I mean, nothing is preventing, you know, a gnome from being trained in shamanistic arts, right? There's no limiter there. They may not be culturally inclined towards it, but outliers exist, right? Near as I can tell, the original reason for doing that all the way back in vanilla was more about identity, trying to distinguish the two sides more, which is something Blizzard's done since, well, Warcraft 2, really, but especially since StarCraft. A Zergling, a Marine, and a Zealot are pretty different from each other, even in gameplay. Now, whether that was the right call or not, that's debatable. I will go on record to say I do not think it was the right call. Because this is not an RTS, and MMOs are a different animal. And like so many other things, it's very clear that they had absolutely no idea what they were doing when they first made WoW. Because, you know, it was their first MMO. Most developers have no idea what they're doing when they make their first MMO. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Back off. 2 mobs, I was already probably dead. 3? Yeah, you'll notice they've been walking that statement back pretty much ever since vanilla. Again, BC added the ability to make a Paladin on the Horde and the Shaman on the Alliance, with the Blood Elves and the Draenei respectively. And pretty much every expansion has added new class abilities to new races. There is a bit of work involved since, you know, animations are per race. God damn it. But for the most part, I do think that is the right call overall. I need to start stealthing around here. Oh, crap. I was joking. I was joking, game. I mean, the two classes that should probably be the most limited, even in gameplay, but especially in lore, are Death Knight and Demon Hunter. It's not impossible that there's new Death Knights and new Demon Hunters, but it's so close to impossible as to immediately raise an eyebrow. Like, you don't train to be a Death Knight, right? You don't take up the cause of being a Death Knight. You die, and then you're raised in a very specific manner that allows you to channel certain types of energies. Similarly, Demon Hunters, yeah, sure, there's a way that you could learn how to become a Demon Hunter. Stay there for a second, please. But it's an extraordinarily taxing and costly thing to do. And you have an extremely high chance of death, just in training. But it is possible for both to exist. And yeah, evokers, you kind of have to be a draconic. Yeah, something I've mentioned a few times, and I'll bring this up again when we get to Legion. Something they did a pretty good job with in Legion is emphasize just how high tier a Demon Hunter really was. Think about this for a second. The Demon Hunter we play as, the PC Demon Hunter, was already high enough level to be a raid boss back in BC. Or, to phrase this another way, it took every other class, the events of, you know, Vanilla, BC, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria Warlords, in order to catch up to what Demon Hunters were already at back in BC. Which makes sense. They are extremely elite. There's a reason they have such a high death ratio. Oh my god, I don't want to fight you. Go away. You don't matter. I knew it. You're secretly in Russia, Magister. J'accuse! I accuse you of being Russian. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Let's kill this one while I'm here. And yeah, that's a fair point. Lord knows they've mostly walked away from the hero class concept, but yeah, Death Knights, Demon Hunters, and Evokers are just different. Yeah, I'm charging an attack. Deep breath. I can't wait to try out what you think. Augment. Oh my god, no more world-ending threats, please. Can I just have 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. No? Okay, fine. Okay, so listen. There's this, apple, okay? Called the Apple of Enlightenment. And it's going to destroy the entire world. Don't ask how or why. It just is, okay? It's a world-ending threat. Of all the threats we've faced, this is the biggest threat we've ever faced. So we need new demon hunters to face the apple. I mean, if you think about it, from what I understand, there's never going to be new evokers. Right? Or, I'm saying that wrong. There's never going to be new Drakthir. Sorry. Look, they're the same thing. Evokers, Drakthir, same thing. Like, they were all built a long time ago. And the only one who built them, he's been gone for a while. Yeah, dying race. Or I guess a race that can't propagate. Interestingly enough, the Forsaken have that problem again post Shadowlands. I don't think they'll ever really touch on that, but it is interesting to think about.
Big shot, huh? If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Oh, fantastic. One thing that would make this hunting trip more entertaining is a chair. Here's the reward I promised you.
Security, enforcement, extortion, we do it all.
I like hunting with Desegray and all, but he's in it for the hunting. I'm in it for the profit. He doesn't pay us.
Do not get on Gallagher.
Oh, great. This stuff is going to make me a mint back in Kalimdor. Here's your cut.
This gig ain't so bad.
I'm totally onto another great scam. When I was flying overhead, I saw a really ancient tigress prowling about. You know much about her blood would go for in the black market? Not to mention if I convince some warlocks it adds extra potency to their summoning spells or something. If you bring back some of her blood, I'll cut you in on the scam.
Don't try anything stupid.
So now you got a vibe for our cranes fight. I got a doozy for you. Needlebeak. At least that's what I'm calling him. Biggest crane I ever saw. Its beak is so sharp it's like a sword. Northwest of here you find a big waterfalls that fall off into the Djani River. Needlebeak likes to hang out by the waterfall. You bring me its beak, I'll take you up good. I'll talk you up some good game to Nessingwary.
Yeesh, talk my head off, why don't you?
Oh, okay. Listen, for the good of one and all, we must find out if Drakthir can have sex. I need some volunteers. Why are you laughing? This is serious business. This is the future of the species. I love it. This beak is sharpened to a point and is sharp as any sword. Ancient tiger's blood. A valuable commodity to warlocks. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Mm-hmm.
I get no respect around here.
I thought about taking the tiger on myself, but to be honest, I like living. Impressive. Can you smell the money? Here's your end. I watched that Berg stab a tiger through the face. What kind of place is this where birds are predators for tigers? Oh, no, that's a trophy. Looks intimidating. Is that your blood on it? Look, don't worry about that. Rest of Nessingware's safari is up the western side of the Valley of Four Winds. If you find yourself heading west, you should join us. Good hunting. Mama Brumblestaff always said squirmy delight will cure hunger one way or another. These are intact Skitterer glands. Disgusting to look at, yet the aroma is quite healing.
Until next time.
I can make a stew potent enough with this to knock these waifish elves off their feet.
White Tiger watch over you.
I am not going to eat this.
What brings you here?
Sunwalkers are not to be trusted. They are the most militant branch of the Tauren armies within the Horde. If my voice acting didn't get it across, that's a goddamn lie. Thank you for your help in this. Please accept this token as a reward.
Good luck, friend.
May the stars.
It is one thing to research the lost dynasties. It's quite another to visit their ancient ruins. I am giddy as I have not felt in centuries.
Denadris.
Oh, fabulous, fabulous! Your one trip has advanced my research more than 10 years of reading dusty tomes and decaying scrolls, and these Mogu you saw. I've been doing some research as well, and speaking to Kang on the subject. I suspect they were the race of the lost dynasties my research is derived from. Of course, that also means they are the ones who control the pools of youth.
Farewell. Go in peace.
Perhaps the Mogu know where the pools are. Our scouts report seeing a commander along the southern side of the ruins. Kill him. Take whatever information he's carrying. That should lead you to the pool.
Good luck, friend.
But do I have to kill him? Is that a necessary component?
How may I help? Goddess, watch over...
While you were at the ruins dusting off tablets for my father, I lost 5 scouts to wandering Mogu patrols. These creatures apparently have little interest in peace and are about as trustworthy as the Horde. They are too numerous and we are too weak, however. Go to the ruins west of here and cull the Mogu numbers. They won't be expecting a rogue.
Farewell.
The Mogu really like their poisons and curses. Mama Brumblestaff always said that lotus tea cures any Mogu curse. I saw some Imperial lotus plants in the nearby ruins of Doshan. We should go gather some of their leaves and keep them on hand, just in case the Mogu get unruly. Also, this will give me a chance to introduce my fists to Mogu faces.
Enough of that.
I do like fist face introductions. You could learn much by watching me in action. Dude, I know you're from a legendary lineage and all, but tone it back a little bit. I don't care who your pappy was. Yeah, they probably have barely even heard of Sunwalkers. They hear Tauren Paladins, and that's probably about the extent of their knowledge of the matter. Meanwhile, over on the Tauren side, what they're doing right now is getting more and more concerned about that bad pregnancy I mentioned earlier. It's going worse. There is a non-zero chance that she is not going to survive, and she's going to lose her children too. Kang, in what can only be referred to as desperation, mentions that there's these nearby pools, which have some legendary healing property, or so his mother always told him back in the day. That hurt like hell. Good God.
Slow down.
Oops. careful here, I just realized. If I pull more than one mob, it's vanilla all over again. I can also switch specs, but honestly, I don't know the other specs well enough to play them in an area that's already nearly killing me. Damn right. I know Pandaria Classic's coming. I'm just getting ready for it. I mean, we all know they're going to do a Pandaria Classic, right? Come on. I consider Rogue to be one of the more interesting classes. It is fairly glass cannon-y at several levels, and at higher levels, it takes a bit to figure out, is how I'm going to phrase that. They have done a lot to fix Rogue over the years, and I will give them credit on that, but I will say from a purely personal perspective, it's my least favorite class to play. All three specs. The only spec I really enjoy is Subtlety. This is why I keep mentally debating if I want to change over to Subtlety. See if I have a better experience with that. Part of the problem is I don't have modern weapons for that. I need dagger. Well, I guess I have a modern weapon for that. I mean, the problem, I think, is that there is a clear identity for each of the rogue specs that nobody seems to mention. You can play as a pirate, you can play as a mage knight, or you can play as an assassin. And that's pretty much the fantasy right there of the three specs. I mean, it's probably not super obvious because the sound effects aren't great, if I'm being honest. But there's a reason I'm leaning on my gun so much as a pirate here. Or a brigand, if you prefer. Privateer, whatever word you want to use. One of my attacks is literally rolling dice in order to get a buff. Yeah, that would make sense, Cloden, except it's completely not true, is it? Most of Subtlety's abilities do more stuff when you're in stealth, and also make you stealthed even if you're not in stealth. Like, you get the stealth buff even if you're not actually stealthed. In other words, Subtlety is more about managing your procs and your abilities than it is about actually being in stealth. And of course, the overwhelming majority of what Subtlety does is shadow damage. Yeah, they'll be like, what's Warlords? So there was an expansion between Pandaria and Legion? What? Now, granted, I haven't played Assassin too much nowadays, but back when I did play it as my main spec for Rogue, Assassin was hilarious. Combo points for days. Like, imagine maxing out your combo points in 2 attacks, and then doing a finishing move, which also gives you combo points. So one attack now finishes your combo points. Then you do another finishing move, and so forth and so on. Once you got the train rolling, it was ridiculous. Yeah, I know it's sub now. It's just funny. I don't think these Mogu are from here. They seem to be scavenging old relics, not digging or pillaging. Of course the Mogu will be scavengers of their own ruins. Hello, Huthor. Stab! Alright. Got that out of the way. We can now move on with the rest of the events of the day. Oh, shoot. I can't bring Huthor back as a Death Knight. I can't bring him back as a Forsaken. There's no more Valkyr. Oh, shoot. Look, I just knew Huthor was going to say something stab-worthy, okay? It was, I could feel it. Damn it! Forgot his anti-continuity powers. That's true, we could reanimate him as a golem. We definitely know how to do that. I was actually going to ask you something, and I just remember what it is. Why do you think Pandaria dungeons are not good? I feel like I've asked this question before, but I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the answer. Because you see, I'm worthless. Hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I'm worthless. Oh, sure thing, Magister. Here's Huthor's phylactery. Is it everything? Not quite. Don't mind me. I'm not here. Hi.
Speak up.
You sense the presence of the Lore Keeper and hear his voice in your mind. I'm still not sure about these references to torture regarding the pools of youth. Okay, let's actually read the thing. By order of his exalted, the Reclaimer shall be dispatched to the ruins of... Admittedly, I do count Scarlet Howls and Shalamance because they are Pandaria dungeons. Like, they are. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Those weren't minor overhauls. Those were completely new dungeons in the bones of the old. They even updated the visuals, for God's sakes. By order of his exalted, the Reclaimers shall be dispatched to the ruins of Dojin. They may be able to recover any artifacts that are used to arm our people. We need guardian statues, scrolls, any arcane devices that will help us rekindle our ancient glory. Priority must be given to the pools of youth on the north side of Dojin. Those waters are vital to the continued strength of the Empire. Agreed, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Now, I hope you noticed that, because that's so Mogu. It's so incredibly Mogu, right? First of all, they claim to still have an empire. No, they don't. They don't even have they don't have a kingdom. They have like 4 tribes, I think, that are coordinated and organized at all, and all of those, 3 of those tribes spend all of their time fighting each other, as we'll see not too long from now. Second of all, it is extremely Mogu to give what I can only refer to as non-orders, right? Go get us stuff to bring us power. Like, that's literally what that just said. Here, let me read that again in case you missed that. We need guardian statues, scrolls, any arcane devices that will help us rekindle our ancient glory. So yeah, go get us stuff is the only order that they gave them. Sure. Well done. Well, it looks like the Mogul are here to collect ancient relics and weapons from their forgotten dynasty. That is a problem we can face later, though. Here's a preference to the pools of youth. North. Go north to the pools of youth. Get some water, but be on your guard. The Mogul lists this as a high-value target. A king will meet you there if he has not already arrived.
What do you need?
I've never seen the Mogul this numerous before. They've always been a nuisance, but never this bad.
Goodbye.
That's it. You pick, I punch.
Until next time.
Sure thing. here's the elemental who lives in this pool. Or is this pool, however you want to think of that. Hey, halt, supplicant. These waters belong to the Thunder King. Your presence is unwelcome. Guardians, kill these intruders. And as is typical for a Mogu, he doesn't even fight us himself. He gets a bunch of his cronies to do it for him. Mogus are pathetic. Woo. The only Mogu who is ever an actual threat because he actually has a freaking brain is Lei Shen. He is the exception. Look at that. The guy lifts you some purified water. Thank you. I'm going the wrong way. Pay attention, Lar. Pay attention. Sorry, I was reading chat at the same time there. Reading chat while navigating the Krasrang Wilds. There's a challenge. Also while going to a place you don't recognize, because you usually don't do this zone on the Alliance.
I am honored. Del Nadris.
Well done. With a few missions like that, we might make you an honorary sentinel. Nah.
Good luck, friend.
Don't be silly.
What brings you here? Go in peace.
Nothing like being mortal to give one a sense of urgency.
May the stars guide you.
You found the pools. The waters do exist. Something is wrong, though. I feel equal parts shadow and light in this vial.
Good luck, friend. Greetings, Del Nadris.
Something is off. The waters feel strange. When we arrived here, I felt a presence of the light, strong and vibrant to the north. I thought it would be the pools, but this is tainted with Mogu magics. I think it's best I try only a sip, and we'll see what happens.
Farewell.
Moment of truth. Father, are you okay? If you missed that, the buff we just got was called Transfer Life. What happened? The water, it only transfers life. It will not make new life.
Go in peace.
Hello. Goddess, watch over you.
So my father just wasted 20 years of our lives on a fool's errand. I'm taking charge. When Tyrande sent us here, she was very specific we not come back till we find the source of the light. It's obvious now the pools of youth were not it. I want you to be my scout. I want you to find my scout, excuse me. I sent her to investigate the Crane Temple, but she hasn't returned. Get a report. Rendezvous with us at Sentinel Base Camp.
Be careful.
Sentinels, saddle up. Move out. Zantar, carve us a portal to the next location. We're leaving a small garrison here and pressing northwestward. This may take a while. Okay. So... on the Horde, we never actually find out about the transference of life thing. Instead, what happens is Kang there, Bramblestaff, is like, oh my gosh, the waters. And he hears that the wife is pregnant and suffering from pregnancy, and therefore is about to die. But he's heard these tales of healing waters. So you go get the healing waters, and then you give them to her, and she drinks them, and then she dies. Now, they never say this outright. There's a nice cutscene for this. The babies come out all healthy. And if you're paying attention to the dialogue before that, the babies were not healthy before then. They were dying. That was part of the problem and why she was having a problem pregnancy. But the babies come out all healthy and fine. There's two of them. Twins. So in the Horde, that's just... You don't really think about it. But once you understand how the waters work, it's like... oh, her life was then given to birth her children. I wouldn't be surprised if she would make that bargain if given a choice, but nobody knew. And we're not talking about the fates of the children. It's not in the game. We can safely ignore it. Forever. It's gone. Just like that. Boom. Done. Thanos out of existence. The only reference to the children's fate in the game is the fact that Desco has only one child with him later on, instead of two. And then later on, he has 0. Yeah, for the record, that's probably the only short story they've ever done I really didn't like. And not because it's badly written, just because, what the hell? I mean, it's very Mogu, though, isn't it, Linnea Ruth? Remember, this pool of youth or whatever is actually a Mogu invention. Why would the Mogu ever be interested in healing anything? I mean, healing doesn't elongate lifespan in this setting either, so... By all accounts, healing in this setting is more of the restoring naturally or encouraging natural healing thing. In other words, it can't cure things like old age. Grab that.
Yes?
I see. The Shah have seeped out as far as the province already, have they? I hate to break it to you, but the temple is overrun with Shah. Those of us who haven't been killed or possessed or whatever are fleeing for our very lives. If you defeated the Shah at Zoo's watch, I have to implore you to help us with them here.
We will get through this.
As we say at the temple, never fight with a tiger with a hosen on your back. We will deal with the Shah, but first we need to deal with a more immediate nuisance. He slams the writhing Sauroch hard against the stone. Groups of refugees from the temple are heading to the camp to the north, but they're ambushed by Sauroch. Help me get the next group to the camp. We'll figure out a move from there.
Red Crane, watch over you. Be careful. These wilds.
All right, lizard lips. One more chance. Where are your patrol?
He will die in the mud, like your friend over there.
Wrong answer.
Remember, the Sauroch are barely sentient.
It looks like we are going in blind. I'm glad you are with us. Stay close and keep your eyes peeled.
By design, in their case. We won't really discuss the Sauroch until much later.
Hold up! I don't like the looks of this. Look out! Help me up. I took an arrow in the knee.
I got you.
Thank you. I'll be okay, but We better keep moving.
I don't mind that reference because it's so blink and you'll miss it. In fact, if I'm being 100% honest,
I'm sorry, I cannot fight like this.
I didn't even catch that that was a reference my first time going through here. Then again, as I've pointed out a few times, there was a line... I didn't get that line when I played through Skyrim. I was informed of that meme.
The camp is just ahead. We should be able to make it from here.
I don't remember the specifics now. I actually reverse engineered why I never saw that line. It was something about how the guards were bugged and would say the wrong things, or like would have higher priority to say certain things based on certain events. But either way, I didn't hear him say that like at all. No, the one I always heard was the frickin' Sweet Roar one.
What is it?
Thank you, Silverfur. We would not have made it without your help.
Watch yourself out there. Be careful.
A hooded falcon catches no quarry. This is one of the first mantras we teach young monks at the temple. It means even a foe as swift and lethal as a falcon can be neutralized by depriving its senses. The Sauroch have scouts all over the region acting as eyes. Time we put out their eyes, don't you think?
Watch yourself out there.
My students tell me the surrounding area is littered with deadly traps. No doubt set by the Sauroch. Stumbling into one gets you a face full of spikes. As the saying goes, the way is rife with danger. Tread lightly and with scrutiny. He hands you a long tree branch. This is scrutiny.
We will get through this.
Holy crap, it's Anduin! Cutting up some serpents for some reason. Anduin, what are you doing?
Have you ever seen such a place?
How did you end up here? When SI-7 found me, they wanted to take me home, and I ran away. I guess you wouldn't know that we knew that, because we kind of saw that in a vision. It wasn't long before the Horde found me, which we would also know if we were here as the Horde. During the battle at Serpent's Heart, I managed to slip away in the chaos. A merchant allowed me to ride with his family as they fled west to Zoo's Watch. There I met May Barrowbottom. She told me of the Crane Wing Order, and on her advice, I accompanied a courier to the temple to seek an audience with Chi Ji, the Red Crane. I was studying the disciples there when the Shah arrived. Why didn't you go back to Stormwind, dude? Like, come on, you're a pathetic, worthless, insignificant, terrible character who will never be a main character in this franchise. Just go home, man. Go get stepped on by Onyxia. I cannot bear to sit in Stormwind Keep while my people spill blood here. Pandaria has so much to teach us. There's a great power here. Power that could save thousands of lives, and I aim to find it.
I will see you soon.
Right.
There's work to be done here.
Take a good look. The river nearby is swarming with these snakes. Their venom causes a condition the locals call merc sweats. Several refugees were bitten as they fled the temple and have already begun to show symptoms. Nausea, vomiting, intense sweating. It causes dehydration and potentially death. We're administering antivenom as quick as possible. We need more venom glands. Don't bother removing the glands yourself. Just bring back the head.
Stay safe.
Look, Sauron, Sauroch. I don't know what you want from me. We'll talk about the thing he's searching for in a couple of zones. It's going to show up in Kunlai. Look, he really was curious what was on top of that lamppost. He's never heard of this newfangled technology before. What's a lamp? Guys, over easy or over hard? Real quick, real quick. For eggs. I guess I should clarify that. Tell the cats to stop knocking over your refrigerator. Okay. I've got 2 votes for easy, 1 vote for hard. So easy, please. Thank you. Most of my family is in the habit of calling me Laura whenever they know I'm working. If I need to explain why, then you're not paying attention. I know some streamers and some YouTubers are totally cool with just giving out personalized information. Those people have to deal with all kinds of problems. A streamer I follow actually recently had someone try to break into his house because he gave out his personal info too much. Oh, no, not at all, Daenerys. No, as soon as I go off camera, they're like, hey, Laura. Except replace Laura with my actual name. Which is Bob, obviously. Yeah, no, that's honestly pretty terrifying, yeah. I mean, if you think about it for a second. And I have no real way of explaining this without bashing cops. However, cops tend to not take crimes like those very seriously, at least here in the States. Now, I know that actually varies from precinct to precinct. I do understand that, but I know several streamers who have had troubles explaining the problems they have as streamers to cops, who, of course, don't take them seriously at all. I love this little animation. Yeah, unless you're one of the really big streamers, in which case you probably have the police on fast dial in case you have any issues. Because if you're a really big streamer, you are public. They know where you live and they know what you're doing. And they know your name and all kinds of other unpleasant things about you. There's no true privacy on the internet. There never has been. So the bigger target you are, the more likely it is they know you. Hello there. Good morning, Ross. One of many reasons I'm glad to be as small of a streamer as I am. I don't want to go too far into it, but an opportunity recently came up to team up with Keemstar. I decided to back away from that. I mean, I would have made more money by probably about double of what I currently do. And making double the income is something that was tempting. I am not going to lie to you. Probably is Miristar. It was to be a drama yelling channel. Specifically going into certain types of things, like, say, MTG or video games in general. Basically faking it, because, you know me, I'm not like that in general. Ah! Sorry, Uthor. Wow. That's horrible. It's not even funny. Yeah, I gotta do some outrage here. Hang on, let's see. I mean, I literally started my brand by not being outraged about Mass Effect 3. Quite literally the beginning of my brand there. And that wasn't a brand. I didn't do that as like a gimmick or a take. That was just my actual real reaction to the Mass Effect 3 ending. They stole my shoes. I came up with that analogy very specifically. Because a lot of people, if you remember back in the day, a lot of people, especially on the Bioware forums, were acting like someone just came by with this amazingly delicious looking sandwich. Thank you, sister.
You're welcome. As a reminder, those are over easy eggs.
What's the difference?
So when you bite them...
Uh-oh. I'm ready. No, I'm not.
But you should also eat them before they get cold.
Speaking
So
of...
go find a place to monologue for a bit.
So you see...
And monologue in between bites.
So, hang on. Politics. Religion. I couldn't
You should at least try a bite.
I couldn't think of anything else. Tomorrow laundry? Question mark.
Depends on if Jaina has clothes.
Okay. Because you mentioned... Okay, so... Okay. I need to just ask you every day.
You should take a bite.
Fine.
You just pick it up. It's not hard. It's a sandwich.
How does a sandwich work?
Well, you take sand and a witch. I told you.
That's why I fell off my gloves.
It's over easy. It's also fresh.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got past the heat. It's very good, thank you.
I even put pepper on your eggs that
I noticed.
I hate.
I noticed there was pepper here.
Yeah.
I'm the only one in this family who likes pepper.
No, you're not the only one. It's just nobody else adds pepper to things because I don't like it, and I flat won't eat it if it has too much pepper.
What is sweet?
There is apple butter in there. This is a Xanastma childhood breakfast sandwich. Only I would have had mine with my egg over hard.
Well, no. Ah! I'm being egged.
I told you, over easy.
Wait. I gotta act outraged about this so I can join the Keemstar team. How do I act outraged?
How dare the egg be the running of the thing that I have asked it to do?
There we go. Perfect. I legitimately didn't know what to say. I was just like, Oh my god, that's hot. You've never had apple butter, Magister?
So apple butter is apple sauce with extra seasoning.
It's good.
I have successfully made an over easy egg then. It got split in half, that's why that piece fell off, because I couldn't flip the two eggs over at the same time.
Well, yeah. There are two eggs, not one. Pear butter. Oh, no, that sounds good. You ever have pear butter?
No. Oh. But I imagine it's the same as apple butter, so is pear sauce.
With additional stuff. Oh.
Yeah, I make pork loin with not apple butter, but chunks of apple in it that is really good.
Okay, hang on. Huthor gave me a line. You ready?
Okay.
Oh my god, I got something stuck in my throat. This sandwich has eggs! Those come from female chickens. They're trying to feminate our men and turn... I don't know where this accent's coming from. And turn us all gay!
Because...
It's
really American and to be sexist.
It was just such a default. Thank you, sis.
Welcome.
It was just such an immediate thing. Gotta go and, I hate that rabbit. I've been turned into a woman. I lost all my balls, ground my balls off. All that grinding of playing all those RPGs all those years, ripped my balls right off. They're paste. They're paste being smeared on the buttery toast of the agenda of the whatever group we're hating these days is. The communists, that's right, we're anti-communist. Damn those commies. Trying to take away my right to be scared to go to the doctor because I can't afford it. How dare they? It really is. That's actually where that accent's trying to go. I know I don't do a very good Yosemite Sam. But that actually is where I was going with that. Oh, I hate that ribbit. Although nowadays I tend to think of that more as the Star Trek V villain than Yosemite Sam, but, you know, I'm weird. That was weird. Did you see me almost fall over the edge there? That's right, ain't no vaccine for me. Vaccines are the devil. No, not like a tool of. They're like actually the devil. They chop off parts of it, right? They're like, they put it into a needle and inject it into you. Turn you into them devil worship. You like that rock music and them vidya games. Ugh. It's the devil's work right there. That's why we're gonna summon a demon. That'll solve all our problems. Or, hear me out, Linnea. I could do Yosemite Sam. The greatest voice I ever made.
Speak quickly. Our time.
Every trap you spring is a life saved. Be a Pandaren beast or otherwise. Nobody deserves an honorless death like that.
Red Crane, watch over you.
There. Well done. I only wish I could have accompanied you. The blood on these hand wraps is not my own, you know.
Be careful.
Sure thing, buddy.
There's more to this land than meets the eye.
He is focused intently on his hands. He's making swift carving of the venom glands from the snakes inside the jaw, to which is behind the second chin of fangs.
Keep your guard up.
Thank you, Rogue. I knew you'd be hardy enough to handle it. Judging by the sounds coming out of the refugees, I would not wish the merc sweats on my worst enemy.
Anduin, will you join me? With the Sarok threat at bay for now, it is time we discuss our next move.
Certainly.
Well, that's on you, Linnea. Yep, Yosemite Samantha.
Should be plenty of anti-venom, thanks to this adventurer.
Thank you, both of you. The Red Crane has always symbolized hope to our people, but in his absence, I fear that even my thoughts began to darken.
Think no more on despair, Koro. We have a saying where I'm from. It is darkest just before the dawn.
So, would it be Yosemite? So you know who Yosemite Sam is, right? So, female version, would it be Yosemite Samet, Yosemite Samantha, or Yosemite Samuel? My sister is ignoring me. As it should be.
Well, we've got Bobette, Bobina.
Yep,
Barbarella. So I think it should be Samruella.
Samruella, there we go. You win, Magister.
Hi, Evo. I fed him.
You did. A little early, but I'm not going to complain about that. It's quite good. Work even more. I don't think I'm going to grab that. Let's get main gauche. Main gauche? Gauche? I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Can you believe the majesty of this place?
My time with the Red Crane was short, but I learned a great deal under his tutelage. This foe, this Shaw energy, is unlike anything we've ever faced. It's the physical manifestation of emotional turmoil, bottled in the land for centuries. This emotional energy has now burst forth to find living, feeling hosts in which to reside. The Shah threatened to wash over the whole continent, possibly the world.
Keep your guard up.
Did you know that Shah can awe? So far, no, Huthor. We'll have to see as we go. Like, over in the Horde thing, he was just a kid who was kidnapped. No real issues there. Over in the Alliance side, he was fully a priest and used priest abilities to good effect, up to and including mind control. So, no complaints there either. And here, he is struggling to keep up with some basic tasks that the Pandaren set him to, because he's trying to be helpful. So, no issues in all three iterations so far. The Shah have the mysterious ability to evoke powerful, often overwhelming emotional responses in their victims. As we fled the temple, senior members of the Crane stayed behind to cover our escape. They are no doubt being subjected to intense emotional trauma, and I fear they're not all strong enough to resist falling into despair. We have to show them that there's still hope. Show despair can be defeated, but can it?
Stay safe.
Good news, I hope. Red Crane watch over you.
Yeah, Anduin having this arc here, immediately having dealt with the Twilight's Hammer in Stormwind, makes perfect sense. It's a shame that quest doesn't exist anymore. Huge maws of despair are spewing out Shaw from the pagodas on either side of the temple. Meanwhile, your impromptu training in the way continues. She who mends torn umbrella will be more dry than she who strikes it rain. Well, I take issue with that particular lesson, because sometimes punching the rain can be quite effective. The meaning holds true in this case. Take out the maws of despair. Give my order a chance at reclaiming the grounds.
We will get through this.
Now, as for that striking the rain part, well, sometimes you have to. Hope is the sun behind a stormy sky, ever in the heart but veiled to the eye. There seems to be no end to the Shah pouring out of the temple, but in order to see beyond the veil of despair, you must carve through it. With any luck, you'll find a sun behind the clouds.
Watch yourself out there.
Listen, have you seen how fast a Pandaren can punch? They got this. Yep, you punch the droplet and it ricochets, and it like goes and it looks totally rad. I mean, Devil May Cry 3, right? Whoops, I hit that wrong button completely out of tempo. That's what I meant to do. Well, this is the thing that's now happening. Now I'm picturing a Pandaren going to Gilneas and being like, oh my god! Or conversely, this is what I was meant to do. Pro tip, in any game, don't just stand in the fire that they're breathing on your face. Yeah, there's just gonna be wet panda. Forever. That's just their life now.
We're far from home, friend.
Goro's metaphors can get a little tiring, but there's always some wisdom behind them. Oh, I get all of these. Including a dagger. Nice.
Be careful.
Gonna put that dagger down there so we can try a different spec. And he just gave us gold. Sure, I can accept that. I like gold. The smell of it, the taste of it, the touch of it. probably got that order wrong, and I don't care. You see, I lost my dagger in an unfortunate smelting accident. Oh, right. I need to be doing this correctly. That's a good point. I am basically playing a pirate. Emphasis pirate, not pirate. I don't actually remember Dakota. I know I've streamed it, but I don't know if I recorded it. Yeah, WoW has a couple of pirates, but... Well, no, I guess that's kind of debatable. Because WoW has the blood sails, but even they are kept in check. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. As we'll see during Legion. We've actually already dealt with the blood sail several times, and will again in the future. Possibly on this character. We'll see. Well, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to horrifically murder you, Ross.
Hello.
Although I am curious if that show, because I don't know what you're talking about, though I can't remember its name, deals with pirates or pirates. Yeah, we actually did the entire Diablo series post-Oblivion line. Diablo 3 is still one of our highest reviewing games. Ugh, the Brycool. I mean, the Naglthar, right? Or however you pronounce that. Naglfar. I was close. Cool, cool, cool. Everyone, we need to horrifically murder Ross as quickly as possible before he infects the others. Sorry, Ross. It's for your own good. Oh, wow. There we go. Look, I'm just saying, pirates are enemies of humanity for a reason. There's nothing good about a pirate. It's one of the reasons I like the fact that, and I mean this, that most fiction does not portray them as pirates. Hence the term pirates. Because holy crap. Those things are terrible. They're not even people anymore.
Can you believe the majesty of this place?
Honestly, I'm a little surprised that worked. Pandaria is proving to be a land where lines between metaphor and reality are blurred.
I will see you soon.
You know what? We make a pretty good team.
Keep your guard up.
Broken are the bodies wherein hopeless hearts reside. The blight of despair strikes from inside. That was the last piece of wisdom the Red Crane imparted to me just hours before the outbreak. It makes sense now. When the Shah attacked, they broke forth from the temple's basement. All of his teachings and the way of the Crane itself has been preparation for facing the Shah of Despair. The Red Crane has been expecting this conflict for centuries.
I will see you soon.
Pirates, sorry. Alright, Chi-Ji, we got your back, yo.
There he is.
Ignore the massive amount of Shaw energy here. It's fine. It's fine.
Master Crane, are you okay? He's succumbing to the Shah.
Greetings, Wanderer.
What? What's happening?
I'm so sorry, Huthor. You have my deepest sympathies. Oh, that hurt.
Focus them down first.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. Holy crap. Okay, this is a good fight. If you're paying attention, the trash on the quest up to this actually has this effect where it gives you a buff, a stacking buff, as you defeat Shaw of Despair. Which also heals you. So he hits you like a truck, and then he summons a bunch of trash to give you a chance to recover. Nice little cycle for a quest boss. Usually you don't see this kind of design. Oh, Jesus! When it comes to quest bosses. Makes sense, though. This is a Prime Shaw. Was a Prime Shaw.
We did it!
2 down.
It seems hope has triumphed, after all. There is no time for celebration. Many followers of the Way still battle outside. Meet me near the statue at the center of the temple grounds. We will speak there.
I actually really like the idea that they've got the 6 Shaw, right? And each one, excuse me, each one is dealt with a little bit differently than the others. In other words, they spread them out amongst the content. We've got 3 dungeon bosses, 2 raid bosses, and 2 quest bosses. That sounds like too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's right. 7? Hang on. Fear and anger are raid bosses. And then violence. Oh, it's because I was counting hatred twice. That's why. So one of them is actually a raid boss twice, and one of them is a dungeon boss and a quest boss. That's what I was getting mixed up on. So yeah, it's a cool idea. Good way to vary things up.
Do you seek my counsel?
You have vanquished the Shaw of Despair. My order can handle the remaining cleanup from here. It's time to finally come to face the consequences of Xiao Hao's actions. This conflict has been a long time in coming. The arrival of your Beetle was merely a catalyst. Now your help will be necessary if Pandaria is to survive. I mean, we did introduce the burning dagger into the wound.
Hope is eternal.
I guess we can help with the cauterization since the dagger's already there. Yes. Also true. You still got to be participant in things, regardless. Also, we are approaching the dungeon. I'd say 20, 30 minutes, something like that.
How may I help?
Ah. Did you find the scout?
Goddess, watch over you.
Well timed as usual. Turns out the Mogu know how to use portals as well.
Del Nadris.
Groundbreaker Brojai has made it clear the Mogu have no intention of negotiating with us.
Good luck, friend.
We were searching the ruins south of here when the Mogu fell upon us out of nowhere. Some of us were able to retreat to this encampment, but many others were captured. The Mogu have also captured a number of Horde who are in the area as well. Please, rescue any sentinels that you find.
Leave the Dawn Chasers to their fate as the disgusting members of the Horde that they are.
Be careful. Farewell.
The Mogu Reclaimers are using portals to connect to Kunlai, bringing reinforcements and supplies. What's worse, they're sending their captives through the portals. Go to the ruins of Korja, destroy as many of these Reclaimers as you can.
Be careful.
Speak up.
Mogu do not use arcane magics. They are thugs. They've always been thugs. Only when they ruled their empires did they know any kind of magic. But these Mogu are using arcane portals and artifacts. We have to stop them. Look for any artifacts they're using to cast their magics with. I saw piles of these being collected near the ruins south of here.
Goodbye.
You may or not have noticed, almost all the magic that they're using has been purely runic. And you're probably thinking, what's the significance of that? Anybody can cast rune magic. Literally anybody. If somehow you were teleported into Warcraft, and I gave you a rune that casts a spell, then you could use that. It's essentially just wielding an item at that point, you know? It's use magic item from D&D. Okay, that hurt. Let's go ahead and fix that. Considering Lei Shen was astute enough to reach out to the Zandalari and actually form an alliance with them, I don't know what he'd do with Ashara. Oh my god! Holy crap. Yeah, the Mogu were long gone by the time the Night Elves ever even showed up on the stage. Yep, they're specifically here to recover slaves and weapons. Now, what's doubly funny about this is, from everything I understand about the Mogu, there's probably about a 90% chance that even if they did enslave all these people, they just have a slave uprising on their hands immediately, which they would not be able to deal with. Very briefly, what are the Mogu? Oh, Jesus. Okay, how do I briefly explain the Mogu? Okay. Obviously, the Mogu are a Titan-forged race. They were originally built to be statistically superior, and thanks to some stuff I'm not going to talk about right now, they were completely screwed over, and never developed as a species. They had one brief moment of greatness under one great leader, and ever since they've been nobodies. I mean, interestingly enough, the deck has been stacked against the Mogu from the very beginning. We talked earlier about the possibility of a education infrastructure being added to the Hosen to allow them to develop. The Mogu would need something similar, but even worse, because the problem is most Mogu don't think they need to learn. They're bigger than you, they're stronger than you. Why would you have anything to teach them? Hopefully, we'll be able to show off some of this Mogu arrogance in action in just... Oh, Zandalari War Scout. Let's see, that one is Scarabs, Sigil, and Spirit Charm. Oh, yeah, I'm not messing with that. Hey, you're supposed to be doing Molten Core. That takes all of your attention, Huthor. That boss has a debuff that needs to be dispelled. Excuse me. I guess I just realized I don't know what class you're playing. So, I'm trying not to go too much into the spoilers, but all I'm going to say is that there was some interactions with Ra, that went badly, and they've been screwed ever since. Oh my god, this stuff hurts. Mage. Yeah. Yeah, I pointed this out before. The Mogu are statistically high-tiered, just like the Turn are, right? But, yeah, they have nothing else going for them. What's wrong with playing a mage? Have you ever played a mage in vanilla, Evo? What? There's no ignorance here, Decastus. Or is there? Sorry, what I mean by that is, you're cool. Raw? We'll talk about Raw later. So yeah, vanilla mage is, if you're fighting a group, Blizzard. And if you're not, Frostbolt. At least in Blackwing Lair and Molten Core, which Luthor happens to be in. That's all. Well, you can get Arcane Power, which he does, so then you have 2 abilities. What other specs? What are you talking about, Evo? Oh yeah, I guess I should explain that. So, in Modern WoW, there's this thing called specs. And each spec is functionally a different class. Like, I've talked about that before. Arcane Mage is very different from Frost Mage, right? Thing is, that's not how things were in Vanilla. In Vanilla, you were a mage. There were a couple of build options, but not as many as you'd think. So yeah, there was no Arcane Mage. And there wasn't really a Fire Mage or a Frost Mage. There was Mage, pick your talents. And yes, Blizzard was channeled back in the day. I don't remember when they stopped Blizzard from being channeled.
Slow down.
Every artifact in our possession is one less weapon in Mogu hands.
White Tiger, watch
Well
over
done.
you.
You've removed the sword from the child's hands. That is such a wonderful way to summarize the Mogu.
Enough of that.
You have removed the sword from the child's hands. Odd.
I am honored. Farewell.
There are so few of us. It's a great relief to see your help.
Del Nadris.
You have brought us much needed breathing room to lick our wounds and prepare a counterattack.
Goddess watch over you.
What the? Hello?
Welcome.
I'm sorry. Who are you and why were you traveling to the Crane Temple? We seek the wisdom of the Crane to explain the visions we've been having. Mantid. Mantid assaulting our homes, flying over the wall, attacking in force. Such dreams are expected living so close to the wall, but lately they have been most insistent. I'm sorry, what's a mantid? You are indeed a stranger to Pandaria. The Mantid are monsters beyond the wall, scourge of the west, evil that haunts our lands. Every 100 years, the Mantid launch an assault on our lands to ravage them of wealth and food. Our greatest scholars tell us we are still many years from the next ravage, but our dreams say otherwise.
Jade Serpent guide you.
Mantid.
May the mists...
They came out of nowhere and smashed our convoy to ruin, scattering our people this way and that. Now they are preparing to hit Stoneplow. Please, destroy some of these beasts before they get sufficient numbers to flank our home. If my cousin is still alive, he should be able to reward you for your help.
There is no hurry.
Oh my god, Uthor. I mean, yeah, of course it does, Czar. First of all, they have a military there. Second of all, a lot of Warcraft military lingo is based on real-life military lingo. Third of all, even if they don't literally call it AWOL, the concept still exists. Hell, the concept exists in Dragon Age Origins. It's actually one of the first NPCs we talked to is a guy who went AWOL. And, you know, we have to kind of deal with that.
What brings you here?
Help me, Silverfur. These poor Pandara are in need of healing and my powers are weakened. I did find an old tome in my collection that allowed me to convert the herbs you collected earlier to a poultice. Use this on the Pandara and get them back on their feet.
Del Nadris.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, AWOL means bailing. Put very, very simply. During the second of 3 intros that Dragon Age Origins has. It's at Ostagar. No. There is a legal distinction between AWOL and desertion, but most of the time when someone says AWOL, what they mean is desertion. Like, if you're in the middle of a battle and you bail, you have deserted, even if it's called AWOL. Fighting two things at once. I don't know if I can manage it. Okay, for real. Go away. Oh, God, no man. For whatever reason, that phrase has stuck with me. Even though it's arguably a bad way to describe it, I stand by it. No mentioning. Next dungeon is, the place I keep forgetting the name of. Mogushan Palace. That's the next dungeon. It is not. You are ironically thinking of the Mogushan vaults, because of course the vaults would be higher tier than the palace. That's just logic, right? Oh, you dick. He evaded right when I did Killing Spree, so I didn't hit him. Free trial isn't going to help, but I appreciate the thought, Decastus. Thank you. It's where the loot is. You know, actually, I can't argue that. Also, the Mogushan vaults... Well, I don't want to spoil too much, but they're not vaults of the Mogushan. They're not Mugu. No, I need you to be as close to level 65 as possible, Decastus. Which means you have to be subbed, which... Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I am about to die. Holy crap. Holy crap, man. I lived. Here, could you, like, not be there, please? Thank you. Yeah, we're not going to do the vaults until later. The vaults are directly related to part of the Zandalari Confederacy arc, and that doesn't even start, really, until Kunai. I am Rouge. Or a Rouge, if you prefer.
Peace be with you.
It's been a long time since I rolled up my sleeves and helped the needy. In my lust for immortality. Oh, there's your problem. I forgot why I became a priest. Thank you for reminding me there's good stuff in the world worth fighting for. Is there?
Farewell.
Champion, I have asked my mother and father to speak with me of our kingdom's future. As a hero of Gilneas, I would have you join us. Meet me in the garden of Stormwind Keep. We have important matters to discuss.
I'll talk to you later, Tess, okay? We're just gonna... There we go.
Greetings, Wanderer.
Thank you for your help, Rogue. I've never seen anybody stand up to the Mantid like that before. Well, except for the Shadow Pod, obviously.
May the mists protect you.
Silverfur, my daughter. I had a vision. She's in trouble.
I am listening.
I have my daughter. Rojai, that Lord Reclaimer. I can see him clearly through her eyes. That foolish girl must have tried to take him head on. Please, go to the ruins and try to free her. I'll get Kang and try to draw out the Rojai from the ruins as a distraction.
May the stars guide you.
Oh, hey, we're finally at the lower tier. Okay. Wait, no, we're not. Damn it. Next level, I get Blade Rush. Frickin' finally. And then I can start working on getting Ghostly Strike. But for now, let's see. Do I want to dive for Thistle Tea? I don't know. Being able to be healed from slice and dice is not going to be bad. I want the extra energy. I want the energy. Oh, hey, it's Core Bloodtusk and Laelia. So this is one of the Horde NPCs you've been seeing if you're doing this zone on the Horde.
What brings you here?
It's a trap! So then he murders both of them. Desco, I've mentioned him a few times, shows up. And Lordkeeper Veldrin, who is obviously a little bit pissed, shows up and watches him kill his daughter. So we're gonna murder his face right off. Oh, no, you don't. Goodbye. What now, Sunwalker? I think we've both lost enough dead today. See to yours. Agreed. Oh, Laelia, I am so sorry, my child. Silverfur, meet me at the Sentinel base camp. I must bring my daughter's body with there. We still have the Water of Youth. And you can probably guess what's about to happen. The Horde follow-up through this isn't particularly satisfying. The Alliance one is.
I am honored.
Thank you for avenging my daughter. I am not willing to let her stay dead, however. I still have the Waters of Youth.
Good luck.
She's headstrong, my little Laelia. I should have known she would try to challenge the Lord Reclaimer. Since her mother died, I forsook much of the time I should have spent with her in search of immortality, insisting we could live together forever, and now my obsession has cost my little Laelia her life. Please, when she wakes, tell her I love her.
Go in peace.
I have spent so long trying to find a way to extend my life that I forgot to live it. Now this folly would cost my daughter her life. The water may not create life, but at least it'll let me transfer it. I love you. Father? No! Not for me! Not for this.
Ishnu Allah.
He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have paid for my mistake.
Good luck, friend.
And that's the conclusion of the zone. We'll actually see a little bit more of this in a bit, because as I've referenced before, Krasrang and the Valley of the Four Winds are functionally one zone. So this isn't quite the end of the story arc. Not yet. But for now, why don't we follow through on that Mogu thing? So let's see. Who do I have who can help me kill some Mogu faces? We need to do some butt punching. Alright. Fife is switching, Brigwin is on. Ignore all that. None of that's there. None of that's there. Ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. It's not there. It's not there. I can't remember where the dungeon is. There it is. 67 would be better. 67's always going to be better. Oh, God. I got to remember where the frickin' summoning stone is. It's like over here or something, isn't it? No? Nope, I was right. There it is. So as you can see, the Krasrang Wilds aren't exactly super amazing. Certainly not in comparison to, say, the best zone of the game, or one of the best zones in the game, the Jade Forest, but it's still some solid stuff. Apparently. Laelia is in War Within. Didn't know that. Oh shoot, did I lose Kira White Noise? I think I lost Kira White Noise to food. Damn. Took too long. Oh. Okay, hang on. Yeah, Core's there too. I knew Core was there, but for some reason I didn't process that she's there. There's that horde bias again. Oh, there you are. Invite. Invite? Right. So I cannot invite you. Can you request an invite, Kira White Noise? Thank you. Okay. Is anybody not here? Not really. Okay. Alright. Let's see how this goes. I actually rather enjoy this dungeon for what it is. It's creative, it's clever, and it's probably some of the best exposition and world building for the Mogul we see in the entire game.
Welcome. May your days bring you joy.
The Mogul are a threat to all of Pandaria. No, they're not. They're on the cusp of becoming even more dangerous. There are 4 great Mogul kings of legend. Jean of the Endless Shadow, Meng the Demented, Kwang the Merciless, and Subutai the Swift. Never heard of them. 4 artifacts of these kings are secreted away in the Vault of the Kings, past, below. Retrieve these relics before the Mogul discover them.
I hope to see you again soon.
A new king of the Mogul has arisen, Zin the Weapon Master. He single-handedly subjugated the Mogul clans, and now their leaders vie for his favor. I've never heard or read of anyone who is equal in battle. Except
These other clans are nothing.
Do you hear something? I wouldn't worry about it. Hey, check it out. I can actually do real pulls. Watch this. Sneak, 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 sneak.
These other clans aren't worthy of your time, great king.
Yeah, this is Mogul architecture. We'll actually see more of this later. But this is Mogul architecture that's, for lack of a better way to put it, current. Ah!
We are the greatest.
Who's yelling in the distance? God. One of my favorite things that used to happen is we'd do a random heroic for this. A tank would pull that pack we just killed, this pack, and these 3, and then die because these guys hurt. Then sometimes he'd leave the group. Sometimes not, you know.
Our clan holds true to the way set forth by the ancients. We deserve the king's favor above all others.
Yeah, I'm not going to deliberately stand in the death field. But I got banished anyways. So, This boss fight.
These pathetic clans are beneath you, my king.
Food.
They sully the great legacy of our people.
So there's Zin, the weapon master. Really quick. Remember that that Mogu venerate weapons above all other things. Now, weapons can be a lot of things. People can be weapons, souls can be weapons, beasts can be weapons, slaves can be weapons. But Zin is a weapon master. He can wield multiple weapons at the same time. That is why he is so well revered amongst the Mogu. Notice he is also fleshy, by the way. One of them says, I bet the other clans can't even use magic anymore.
All of you. Even the gods you give me in tribute can't keep these lesser beings from my palace. Redeem, prove yourselves now. Deal with these intruders.
5,
The
4,
clan who brings
3,
me their heads
2,
will have my
1.
favor. Clan Kargesh will demonstrate why only the strong deserve to stand at our king's side.
Oh yeah, no, exactly as Miristar. It's really funny. You notice even his own dialogue isn't what you'd call practiced or intelligent. He's just making it up as he goes. It's great. I love it.
Impossible! Our might is the greatest in all the Empire. Clan Hathak will show all why they are the truest.
Oh yeah, and if you try to leave, they kick you back in. So this guy's the mage, if you can even call him that. Really pathetic for a mage, actually, but that makes sense. Yeah, Mogu having super deep voices makes a lot of sense.
Our clan is the true clan. No interloper can change that. Clan Girthin will show our king and the rest of you power-hungry imposters why we are the rightful ones at his side.
Most people who do this fight never see the cutscene that plays right after it. We're gonna stick around and watch it because of course we friggin' are. Oh, absolutely is Miristar. Definite parallels there.
We'll never surrender our right to rule the destiny of our people. Who allowed these outsiders in our halls? Only Clan Harthak or Clan Kargesh would stoop to such treachery. Only the dogs of Clan Gothan would point fingers at others for their own failures. Your clan is the most desperate. It must have been you. Clan Gothan is right. Only the honorless Clan Harthak could bring in a lesser race to do their bidding. You must be traitors. A well-scripted exchange, but we are not fooled. Your clans are clearly in league with one another. For the glory of our king, our empire, we will put you all down.
And yes, this is the end of the 3 strongest clans of the frickin' Mogu. That's not a joke. What you're witnessing is the stillbirth, excuse me for the gross metaphor, of what could have been a Mogu polity. Like, Jin actually had the possibility of turning the clans into a real fighting force and building at least a kingdom.
She saw the rise of the first kingdom. Ha!
But yeah, this could have been a thing. This could have been a thing. It isn't, and all 3 clans just kill each other. The only Mogu of any significance who really survive these are the ones who cleave to the Thunder King, and that'll be later. I don't know Shadowlands at all, Pyro, so I can't even comment on that. I haven't even played all of Shadowlands. Also, Shadowlands doesn't count in lore. And it's gone. There we go. Okay, we're good. Jailer who? Never heard of him. Alright. Oh. Okay. Well. Oh, Shadowlands is gonna bomb. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as BC, but... Hang on. Oh, okay. Fife is getting her. Sorry, jotting down notes for Krasrang. Okay, where were we? Right, Shadowlands doesn't... No joke, and this is legitimately true. It was posited. Ah! When we were setting up for the WoW review run, you know, like a year ago, or however long it's been at this point, when we were really getting serious about funding it, the idea was posited to just straight up skip BFA and Shadowlands. Just go straight from Legion to Dragonflight. Now, obviously, we're not going to. That wouldn't be fair. But it's still something I'm tempted by. I'm not going to lie to you. If we don't skip ARR, and if we don't skip the garbage that is the beginning of the STO, and if we don't skip the Republic on Tor, we can't skip BFA and Shadowlands. Yeah, it's not being a review at that point, right? We'll get there. I'm going to be totally honest. I actually have no idea how it's going to review. Really. So, normally you could just jump over. We're actually going to do this legitimately, however. If nothing else, we want the quest items. Speaking of which, there's some the other way now. WoW is a very mixed bag. Always has been, really. I mean, the example I always like to give is Star Trek. Like, you can't be a fan of Star Trek without accepting that there's a bunch of gunk in there, you know? Grab some quest items. True enough, Lineruth. I don't know, I've heard a weird rumor that some lore walkers actually like Voyager. That's crazy talk, though. Nobody would ever actually like Voyager. But, speaking of which, we covered Vis-a-Vis, Ross. That's our most recent episode. It didn't do very well. Like, it's really funny. Because... It starts off okay-ish, but then it gives away the reveal almost instantly. Like, the second freaking scene is like, hey, here's the big plot twist, and it's like, oh, okay. And then the big plot twist happens, and then everyone on the episode suddenly drinks the stupid juice, and you know how much that irritates me. Like, sorry, small spoilers for an episode nobody cares about, but Tom's replaced by a shapeshifter, right? So naturally, his commanding officer, who is a personnel officer, and then his best friend, and then his girlfriend all don't recognize that it's him. Bull crap. Okay, so anyways, let's talk about this fight really quick. I don't know how much we'll have to do this, but this is a fascinating fight. So he's got a bunch of trash. Each of them have their own unique abilities and have to be dealt with in their own unique ways. It's kind of a mini council fight. The thing is, who you kill in which order changes how the fight goes. For example, every one of the trash you kill buffs the big guy. When I say buffs, all it does is make him do more damage, does give more abilities. So if you're well geared or confident in your tank, healer, or both, killing the ads first is pretty much universally the best option. Oops, I did not mean to hit that button. If you are not confident in your tank and or healer, it's sometimes better to go ahead and hold off on that and kill him, which you notice we have done, before you kill all the ads. Yes, Living Witness is next. That I'm really looking forward to. Yes, alcohol is now stupid juice. I still think that's a solid fight, even to this day. Even on normal. I used to have an entire strategy for this dungeon devoted towards getting this elevator the first time it comes down. I could not do it on any class that did not have some kind of movement tech. But I can manage it on a warrior with Hup. I like the transmog, by the way, Five. Very scholarly. A really quick but minor touch. If you pay attention, you'll notice each of these guys is actually named, all the trash in here, is named after one of the clans that just started fighting each other. So, in other words, I wasn't really joking. Whatever clan, whichever of these three clans that don't kill each other, we kill the leftovers. So these three clans really are removed from the board completely. I don't think we ever hear from these guys again. I could be wrong about that, though. Don't quote me. I need to dive for Thistletea. I'm sick of being energy starved. And the talent right above Thistletea is increase energy by 50 and energy regen. And then Thistletea restores 100 energy on a minute cooldown. And if your energy is reduced by 30%, it automatically pops a T. And it has 3 charges. My energy problems are going to go away when I finally have Thistletea. It's a shame it's at the bottom of the tree.
What is this? More have come to claim my crown. They are small and weak.
Ah, I see what you're referencing, Pyro. Apparently, this is one of the bosses they could turn into during the boss fight I've never actually done. But I know exists. Yeah, the boss fights they can pick from for that are... Pyromancer Lograin, Galgan Firehammer, Darkweaver Scythe, Nethromancer Sapethria, Skavald the Constructor, Cyanagosa, High Priestess Azil, Warmaster Blackthorn, Wise Mari, Zin the Weapon Master, Iminar the Soul Hunter, Talixay the Flame Wreath, Mansaroy Flamefist, and Knight Captain Valry. The theory there, and to my knowledge it is a theory, is that each of those isn't just a random pick, those are the ones that Mal'Ganis and Zentessa have been over the course of the years. Interesting thought. So let's see how much of the mechanics of this fight we see, shall we?
You are not the first to challenge me, peons. You will not be the last. Face the might of my arsenal, weaklings.
So, people are already dead. That's a good thing. I like people being dead. I'm going to start hitting a couple different buttons here. There we go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, gotta do that. And I'm dead.
You will feel pain.
So I really like this fight, it's worth noting. It looks chaotic, but it's actually relatively simple. So here's the deal. There's those daggers which shoot out, which makes this lined attacks. That's avoidable, just that's area denial. Those spinning blades, same thing. The blades spin around, don't stand in the whirling death. The flame circles that the staves create, same thing. Don't stand in the circle, that's flaming death.
Undefeated.
Periodically, there will be arrows that shoot. That's unavoidable damage. That's damage that's just going to be coming in. Nothing you can do about that. Isn't there a shortcut? I swear there was a shortcut. Hello, is there a shortcut?
Oh, hello. Travel safe.
Nope.
Farewell.
Oh, whatever, I'll take my upgrade.
I hope to see you again soon.
Alright, whatever. Oh, here we go. Here's our shortcut. I knew there was a shortcut. So anyways, let's see. Did I get everything? Hang on. So there's the daggers, there's the flame circles, there's the whirling axes, there's the arrows that hit everywhere. And I think that's actually it. But it's a big pay attention check. There's, if for lack of a better way to put it, safe zones throughout the course of the fight. And you just have to find a safe zone, watch for the axes as they spin in, and then heal through the damage you can't avoid. Oh, hello. Probably not Trihexia. If there's one consistent truth about Dreadlords, it's that they're really terrible at their job when they're not literally shapeshifting into someone. I mean, we meme on it, but again, it is actually in lore that if you approach one and be like, hey, I accuse you of being a demon, they reveal themselves, like 100% of the time. Hey, what's with these corpses over here? Oh my god! Look at earthen skeletons. I've never seen that before. Ha! That's awesome. Yeah, you just crumble into... Oh, wow. Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense. They're earthen. They have no skeleton. Anyway, sorry, continuing. I'm ready when you guys are. That's true, Pillars of Snow. Honestly...
You are not the first to challenge me, peons. You will not be the last.
If I'm being completely honest, most of the time when a Dreadlord actually successfully infiltrates someone, it's because the people they're infiltrating are stupid or already have a predisposition towards thinking a certain way.
My might is endless.
Ooh, whoa, there we go. We're good, we're good. Off our big button. Tank's dead. Oh my god! What killed... Kira White Noise. You know, these guys are stupid. Although, the difference is these guys tend to be well-written stupid as opposed to ogres who are just stupid. So, you know, actually, I can't argue that. What's your recap say? What got you? Said, I can just hang on. It's okay. It's okay. I've got a parser, which is allowed in this game. Okay, so what killed you was standing in a whirlwind. So that's the axe specifically. Yeah, that absolutely murdered you. It hit you for 18,000 damage. I know that doesn't mean a lot at your current health, but the numbers are weird. The percentages are correct if the numbers are weird. You were at 47% health, and then a whirlwind killed you. Oh, yep, it's the axes. Just double checking. Cure Whiteness is just making sure that I don't get to eat lunch. I'm messing. I've already had lunch. My sister arranged that. Let's do that. Probably doesn't work on a boss, but it's worth trying. See, now you got me thinking, Takoda. That's an interesting direction to take ogres. Maybe we can make ogres Mogu in the Warcraft rewrite. You know, culturally stupid, rather than literally having low int. Culturally lazy might be a better way to phrase that. They don't have to try, so they don't.
You are not the first to challenge me.
They just lean on their strength and their stats.
Be the last.
I like that idea. Can I review the sandwich? Excellent sandwich. Perfect combination of sweet and savory.
My mighty
Position. I know there's going to be some daggers soon. There. It's a little off in my positioning. And very filling. Bregwin is already dead. Push. I'd ask for a bloodlust, but Bregwin's dead.
You will feel pain, cowards!
Oh, okay, we lost Fife. Oh, crap. I got way too close to that. That's on me. Ah, yep, nope. Couldn't get out of that in time. It was light bread. I can't do dark bread. You got this, Kira White Noise. You got this. Yeah, as frustrating as this probably seems, this definitely codifies the positive for this fight in my mind. There's generally two places we would tank him when we were actually trying this. One's right over there, and as you can see right now, it's not very safe, but that is one of the spots we would pick. One is pretty much the exact opposite over there. Both nice big open areas with tons of space to maneuver in. Good job!
Call that a fight?
Can I get a res, please? And thank you, everyone, for joining me, as usual. Definitely codifying that positive. I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Greetings.
Truly a fight for the ages. I'm glad you're on our side. Am I, though?
May your days bring you joy.
And yeah, for all intents and purposes, that's it for the Mogu. Like, we won't really see them to any strength or power until we hit Kun Lai, and even then, there's a really big asterisk on that. They might. I don't need a portal. Thank you, though. One more level. One more level, and I could rush to people with a blade. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. And in 6 levels, I'll get Thistle Tea. Which, god damn. Why is leveling so slow in this game? God. What? Oh yeah, fresh reminder. Ignore all that. Ignore all that. Fresh reminder, if there's anything you want to do with the anniversary event, it's ending soon? This Tuesday, actually. I actually went through myself just last night and spent the last of my bronze coins. I just turned them all into time walking. Speaking of which, fresh reminder, you can turn bronze coins into time walking badges. And there's a pretty good chance you don't have all your time walking badge stuff yet. Because you need tens of thousands for all the new stuff they just added. For now, I think I will go ahead and chop off a little bit early, but only a little. Get a chance to get some paperwork in. When we come back from the lunch break, we will go ahead and start the Valley of the Four Winds.